The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
This is the guy that we in this community are fighting for. This is the guy that everyone else will only reference to clothe themselves in nothing noble as they talk endlessly about cuckery or schmuckery. I want you to listen to this working white man. I am sick to effing death of paying for such bullshit, and I'm sick to death of being lectured about compassion, about patience and understanding. I have lived here all my life, and I have been required for all 40 years of that life to obey the law and follow the rules. There will be no social security check for me when I can't work anymore. I have never once received any of the benefits that have been spoken of here. Nobody is beating down my door to help me fix up my house so that it doesn't collapse on me or lower the cost of the electricity that I have to pay. And I work, they don't, and I'm a US citizen and they're not. I don't get health insurance, I can't afford it, but I am punished by this state for not being able to afford it, so that people who are in this country illegally can benefit from it and go see the doctor whenever they want. And that is a fact, and I am sick of it. I am not an ununderstanding individual. I am not an uncompassionate individual. But my generosity has been abused, and I am sick of it. I am sick of being treated as an indentured servant to foreign nationals in my country and in my community. And I don't give a damn whose feelings that hurts. Amen.
Personally jealous. We played the video of the wife. Why? Was she about low IQ? What's going on there? You could never to some small degree. So but what you've got to do that encourage and push.
Amen.
This is firing obviously why into the stratosphere. That's what we can. So we're not going to be able to make the changes you think possible by way of conservative approaches and abstraction. You can legitimize the concepts.
trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have is dark, the way is lost, my eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It is Grand Prix Sunday here in Washington, D.C. God bless Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen. He's turned the nation's capital into a racetrack. Feature stories today: stop coddling girls and save the West. Karmelo Anthony, huge mistake. And the UK admits that the, quote, migrants are rapists. There's that, and there's a shocking bit of information that we'll be sharing about a feeling that I will make you experience today when we switch from the subconscious to the conscious mind. So interesting. Lesson of the day: forced multiracial harmonizing. Your comments and questions. And then there's this. I went to a women's prison today for a conjugal visit. Apparently, though, you have to already know someone who's incarcerated. I mean, what's the problem? What's if somebody in there wants a conjugal visit? What's the big deal? Why do I got to know somebody already when I show up at the door? I mean, we should fix things in society, right? Let's put white men back in charge. That'll be a change we can make right away. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from a Grand Prix Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. Yes, the Grand Prix was roaring today, and yesterday it was the IROCs. What a glorious thing. My God, who could dislike Donald Trump? He turned... This has never happened, and without Donald Trump, the odds that it will ever happen again are zero. My God, DC is a racetrack. Top speed limit today during the Grand Prix. Did you even know that there was a Grand Prix race going on in Washington, D.C.? Top speed today down Pennsylvania Avenue was 180 some plus miles an hour. 180 some miles an hour. That's about 10 miles an hour slower than yours truly leaving work. Back in the day when I was working on the hill down Pennsylvania and down Constitution Avenue, flying, absolutely. Had that four-banger rolling, windows down because there was no AC, flying down the highway. Oh, you talk about that's funny. I just realized this. I was going to the gym the other day. I'll share a little story right as we get started. I've shared the story about, I said the windows are down. I had to go 280. Two windows down, 80 mile an hour to have AC. And I told you all about how I was on the highway leaving DC and had to disrobe right there because I was sweating so profusely in the car. Well, I had a little bit of a similar scenario. I was headed to the gym and I had to be really fast. It was the middle of the day kind of a thing. And there is few things more that annoy me than having to go in the gym, walk to the other side of the gym, go into the locker room, change, come back out of the locker room. I like to just walk in the door, and the closest piece of equipment I can get on that I need to do, I'm making it happen immediately. Shoes not tied, completely ruffled, and I make it happen. And so I decided, you know what? I'm not going to go all the way in through the front door, all the way to the other side of the gym, into the locker room, where I've got to find some space among other guys, and then I got to do, and then finally come back out. I'm in a hurry today, so I will just change in the parking lot. There's probably a video floating around somewhere. Yes, indeed, all the way down to my underwear in the parking lot, if you can believe it or not. But I mean, at least it's a spectacle that others are going to want to see. You know what I mean? It's not like some of these. It's not like some of these, but you see these pictures of like nudist beach, and you're like, no, they all it needs to be an extra clothing beach for those people. Not a situation like that. But we are here. We're here with the cars roaring down the Grand Prix. Yesterday was the IROC competitions in Washington, D.C. Jeff Gordon won both of them. And then he decided to do donuts and peel outs in front of the nation's capital. We'll see if we have some video of that quickly in just a moment coming up. I mean, how could you not love this? How could you who is sitting around complaining about Donald Trump with all that he's doing? And we've touched just tiny bits here and there. But I mean, and then you have UFC on the White House lawn, and then you have today and yesterday the races. And it starts off with the national anthem and the flyover with the B-2 Spirit and whatever else. They probably had some F-15s or F-18s. Maybe somebody can look it up. That flew over directly, perfectly timed with the national anthem. And then they had a bald eagle do a flyover. And then they had race car drivers and racing around Washington, D.C. Holy shit. My God. And then you got Jeff Gordon doing donuts in front of the Capitol building. Kyle Kirkwood ended up winning today the Grand Prix races. Big salutes. We'll take a look at all of that. But before we get started, hey, you can get involved in the work that we do here by getting involved in the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. They produce many magnificent works, and it's all white positive. It's implementing the Go Free strategy. You want to be involved in 501c3. There is none of your money is being wasted on lawsuits, which were totally predictable. I just saw a video of Eric Orwell in Return to the Land, and someone, can we reflect? Was there someone that told you that there were going to be lots of lawsuits against Return to the Land? Was there someone who told, and that the donors' money would all have to go into lawyers' pockets to fight lawsuits? Was there somebody that told you that? Was there somebody? And it's been all of these lawsuits pouring in. I wonder who could have said that. I have a faint memory of somebody who could have warned you all and said it's going to be nothing but lawsuit. Well, now they're going to, and he said in his video, it's cost a shit ton of money. And now they said, now they're going to file suit against the feds. What a great use of your dollars. Well, that doesn't happen at the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. Instead, it goes in the implementation of strategies that have demonstrated success in people's lives, our brothers and sisters, across the Western world. English-speaking countries, non-English-speaking countries, we have testimonials from everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. It is a glorious thing. 501c3, producing the Radio White Wellbeing, which is the music for the revolution, the soundtrack for the revolution. Get involved. You can also financially gift yours truly while we're here today. And you're only able to hear me because the racing has stopped. All of the screaming Grand Prix cars and the squealing tires and the crashes, and it's finally come to an end. Kirkwood is your winner today in the Grand Prix. Jeff Gordon yesterday in the IROC races, 2 of them, showing off his expertise. But you can financially gift yours truly. Head on over to YouTube, rappel into the description. You'll see the app that permits cash. You'll see Buy Me a Coffee. You'll see Subscribe Star, and you'll see Premium Rumble, all his options. Otherwise, I would like you to tag me. It's that simple. No white guilt, no spaces, nothing touching on all of those platforms. Plus, here on X, nobody comments on X anymore. They're all busy following, I don't know, Candace Owens. They're all busy following Andrew Wilson and all of these losers out there. You can also tag me over here at Odyssey, which is up and running. And of course, I'm going to be looking for your tags and comments right here on YouTube. Please make sure you click on over to live chat, as you do not want anything hidden from you. You have in the live chat said Indian. He's an Indian. And he says, if you support Trump, you're a cuckold. No, you're a cuckold shit. Get lost, bitch. Get lost. Trump has done shit tons of good for the white race. That's who we care about. Don't care if he's doing something for people that gave him hundreds of millions of dollars. Can't change that from happening. I don't have hundreds of millions. You don't. Maybe the only thing that you have hundreds of millions of are various sexually transmittable diseases. You don't have any money to pay him off to get all that kind of return. He is serving the interests of the white race directly and indirectly, incessantly contradicted and undermined by Democrats and independents and anti-non-white garbage like yourself. So this, if you're supporting Trump, you're a cuckold, demonstrating what a cuckold bitch you are. Donald Trump has brought race car drivers to Washington, D.C., on top of everything he's doing with deportations, with the cost of pills, with the on and on and on that we can go. And all of it being contested and combated and rolled back and fought by Democrats and losers like yourself, trying to undermine that administration. Go straight to hell, you piece of shit. And that's how we start today. This, again, having to find out that Indian, is it Indiana? Probably an Indian. If you support, but don't you know that Trump has done things for Joes? You can't do shit about it. None of us could do shit about it. If people paying hundreds of millions of dollars, they seem to get what they want. I mean, you paid that crack whore $250 last night for that BJ. Did you got what you asked for, right? She even took her teeth out. Fucking losers. If you're supporting Trump, you are. Well, let's go ahead and jump into some of the fun that Trump has. Look at this right here. NASCAR legend Jeff Gordon blasted in front of the U.S. Capitol. Started from the back of the pack, clawed his way to the front, and won. He won spinning out, laying rubber right in front of the U.S. Capitol. Nothing screams America or freedom more. Washington, D.C. is electric. The tire marks are still there on 3rd Avenue. Greatest ever to do this, only in Trump's D.C. Let's see Jeff Gordon.
Jeff Gordon. There were 2 races. Each one was 10 laps. And this was Jeff Gordon after he won, literally right behind us, spinning out, laying rubber right in front of the U.S. Nothing screams America or freedom more than Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, baby. Woo!
I may have a bump shot, actually, that we can take. Those tire marks are still there on 3rd Avenue right at the start and finish. It's unbelievable. It was such an iconic moment. And
look at that.
And that's right in front of the U.S. Capitol. So if you're standing there and you're
the president made this happen.
Looking to the right there, you see the U.S. Capitol.
Jeff Gordon just laid rubber. He actually started towards the back of the pack for the first race, clawed his way 6 cars to win, edging out Kurt Busch.
All right, let's take a look at this. This is today.
Probably 3 more stops for those drivers that...
Let me just remind you, this is Washington, D.C. This is anti-white Washington, D.C.
Just pit. Restarts a great opportunity to put some moves on as they file in single file through through turn one. Not a great exit from Kirkwood as the rear squirms out from behind him. Kyle Collette having a look at the Arrow McLaren of Pato Award ahead. The battle for 9th and 8th as they run down
Look at that!
Avenue and have a look up the inside, and look at that coming from really far back. Armstrong having a look at Christian Rasmussen. And remember, these drivers here that have those red sidewalks.
Oh, come on, guys out there. Not Indiana sunsets or whatever. He won't get it, but you'll get it. The sound of those race cars zipping by, one of the sweetest things you will ever hear. I mean, let's face it. If we could have this 24/7, we wouldn't even need females.
Soft Firestones are going to have an advantage over the ones that are on the hard tires for this first lap of the restart.
But how long is that advantage? We now have 23 laps on those tires, some under caution. But Christian Lundgaard starting to look very aggressive back there, along with Marcus Armstrong. Those soft tires should be a disadvantage at some point soon.
Will Power having to defend from Rosenquist as we see.
This is insane that this is DC.
That's Ericsson. Oh, that was close. Going a little bit wide there. Graham Rahal is getting around there.
Completely awesome. I think you had a crash here. Let's see. And let's see the Capitol building, I think. Look at that. There is a race car race. There is a race car race at the seat of governance in the United States. With the Capitol building in the background. I'm sorry, I'm from here. This, if you don't get it, then you're lost if you don't get it. This is totally redneck. This is totally white man. And this is the capital of planet Earth right here. There's the Capitol building. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this.
Big crash. That's David Malukas. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, crash.
To the side of him. That's through turn 7. The young American hoping to have an alternate strategy here today. I think Malukas clipped the inside of turn 7. It fired him into the outside wall. Stingray came around blind corner.
It had nowhere to go as he came around.
This is the absolute. Here's inside the cockpit.
And it was 2 big hits for David. Are you okay?
Yeah, all good. Obviously, first I want to apologize to the team, to the sponsor. It's been a bad run of
24 years old, that kid that
so
crashed.
I don't really know,
young
but
man.
I gotta work on
Look at
myself
this.
Here. Got a few more races to finish off.
Oh my God.
Sure I can put myself back on form.
Thank you, Dave.
All right, maybe one more video. I can't stand it. It's so awesome. Washington, D.C.
Side by side. BK and Kirkwood.
This is the, for the Indiana, this is the opposite of cuck. What you do, sitting in the chair, that's cuck. This is the opposite of cuck.
Now Scott McLaughlin's going on the inside of the young Dutch driver. That PPG machine, the blue, now he's going to look on the outside of Kirkwood. Absolutely wonderful between these drivers. It's clean so far. And McLaughlin.
Oh, listen to the engine.
Opportunity to take the fight to Kirkwood ahead. But Kirkwood takes the fight to Grosjean on the inside. And look at Armstrong laid on the brakes straight into.
Oh, spun out.
Rasmussen into BK. You can see it coming from a mile away. Christian keeps it going, but BK.
All right, we got to roll. We got stuff to do. This is Trump's America, ladies and gentlemen. This is Trump and the Trump administration's America. I would like more of it. Can we get about another 3 terms out of this guy? I would like about 3 more terms out of Donald Trump. We're going to get more of this. It's just going to get increasingly badass. Could you imagine? By halfway through the next term, there will be monster trucks on Constitution Avenue, launching into the air. Bigfoot will be launching into the air. Fireworks will go off. The Washington Monument will be in the background. Think about that aesthetic. Somebody releasing a bald eagle to fly across. Totally awesome. Let's definitely have more of this. But before we get to more of this, we got to get into the news items here. Hey, county worker in Sunset, Indiana, maybe this will make sense to you. This imbecile driving down the road, this absolute vegetableized tard like yourself, was driving down the road and decided he was going to Roman salute and yell Heil Hitler to somebody, in maybe a Jewish person in Palm Beach. Probably so. You know what I'm talking about? Probably so. So some sort of Jewish person. He's in his truck that he uses. Look at this absolute brain dead, anti-non-white loser. He's at work, and this is his truck, his county vehicle. Only this garbage. This is the kind of stupidity that says, if you support Trump, he's a cock. Don't you know he's doing stuff for Joes? He's doing stuff for Joes. Palm Beach County employee driving a county building services truck allegedly shouted Heil Hitler at a Jewish driver and made a Nazi salute. Probably had some sort of Israeli flag on the back of it or something like this. According to a website called an NGO, Stop Anti-Semitism. You want to get upset about Jewish groups like Stop Anti-Semitism? You should get up on a roof, heavily drunk, and test your balance in a rainstorm with a tornado approaching. Because that's what we have to do. The fact that we can put together a 501c3 for the benefit of white people, just like they're putting together one for the benefit of Jewish people, and almost no white people show up, versus they have shit tons of Jews show up with money for that institution, expertise, connectivity, etc., means that the white race is inferior. You're not superior. You're not superior when white people are not coming together for our well-being. So take that, Indiana Sunsets, or whatever the fuck you have going on over there. Take that. I know you'd see something like a Stop Anti-Semitism NGO, and you're like, oh, there they go again. The alleged incident prompted Jared Moskowitz to call the conduct repulsive and say it isn't welcome in Palm Beach County or anywhere. I'm sure Palm Beach County government is looking into it. If confirmed, it will no longer be working there. So he's going to lose his job. People say, Jason, why don't you just be an anti-Jew? Why don't you be an anti-non-white? And here's why. Because, number one, it does nothing for the reclamation of my people's destiny. It doesn't end our victimization. Number two, the people I tell to do this kind of stupidity, if that were to be something that I would want to do, they lose their jobs. And when you lose your job, you lose your ability to pay for your vehicle, your house. You lose your health insurance. You lose the dental insurance. What if you have kids? You've got to pay for all of that. You lose all of that. Why would I want to do that to a white person? Oh, I would only want to do that for a white person if I were like one of these Nazi LARPing goons who are busy gooning all day, who don't care about white people whatsoever. They like to false flag being pro-white so they can enrich themselves, empower themselves, and get sex partners for themselves. I don't need that shit. I don't need that. I am here for the betterment of the white race, for the ending of our victimization. I see something like a Stop Anti-Semitism NGO, and I say, why don't white people finance our white man's ADL? Why are white people showing up for what's working? Jews will show up for what's working for them. White people don't show up for what's working for us. So here's this absolute idiot, and he's going to get fired. I'm already in touch with county regarding the incident. Look forward to the swift response. We will not tolerate anti-Semitism or hate in our community. If you want the representatives, county heads of departments, and etc., saying things like, we won't tolerate anti-whiteism in our community, then you're going to have to get on board with Go Free, the Go Free practice, and the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. Because this strategy is working. We can make an environment where the elected officials are saying things like, we're not going to tolerate anti-whiteism in this community. Or you can sit back in anonymity, like Indiana Sunsets, whacking your tiny wanker and saying, you're a cock if you support Donald Trump. Meanwhile, somebody's laying into what used to be his wife. Look at this I see a brain dead imbecile right here. He gets what he deserves. He's probably online regularly saying, Go Free doesn't work. The No White Guilt guy is probably a fed. Just go out there and throw a Roman salute at a Jewish person. That'll do it. Navy veteran catches nasty leg infection while celebrating birthday at notorious New York City sex spa. Lawsuit. Really? You're going to file a lawsuit? Look at this. Look at this thing right here. If you go to a sex spa, I mean, they should not be legal in the West. I mean, they shouldn't be legal. It is degenerate beyond degenerate, sickening beyond sickening. But if you want to go to one of these places, this is like a drug dealer calling up the cops when another drug dealer robs them. You get what you deserve. You want to go to a bathhouse and you get diseases? That's what you get in bathhouses. You want to go to a sex spa and you come away with some virus eating on the flesh of your leg? That's what you get at a sex spa. What do you mean you're filing a lawsuit? They won't. I mean, the only way they'll be able to withstand a lawsuit is if the anti-white garbage in government forces the taxpayers to make amends to the sex spa to keep it operating for the sick perverts. But this is what you have. The Army veteran or Navy veteran. What veteran? Navy veteran. She be wanting to go to a sex spa, and yo, believe it? Yo, I got an STD all over my leg. No shit. No shit. It's kind of like what we consider our norm, what we consider like our ideal, the ideal family, ideal relationships. It's kind of like that's conducive to a healthy society, healthy families, healthy you. Healthy family. You want to go out to bathhouses and sex spas and you come down with shit tons of disease. That's what you get from that behavior. That's the outcome of that behavior. That's why we have norms that say don't do that. Let's keep it rolling. We got our quick news and laughs coming up. Take a look at this. Gaming giant Roblox says teen suicide victim waived her right to sue when she was just 8 years old. And the reason I'm bringing this up is the other day we were talking about how the system, this anti-white system, is such that it has accreted endless judicial decisions, endless vaguely written and wildly misinterpreted or interpreted to comport with the anti-white morality laws. And as a consequence, no real criminals can get punished. The worst of the worst cannot get punished because there's endless red tape. There's endless appeals. There are bad actors in positions of power across Western civilization that'll happily take a payment. You look at reports coming out, not only in the United States, about the multi-trillion-dollar drug cartels. You remember every time, all the way back, you probably too, all the way back when I was in junior high school and learned about drug cartels, I said they all had to be killed. Every last, which Donald Trump is doing. Donald Trump, I just showed you video of the United States. Do you know the United States is in the process of re-identifying the entire border of the United States as a military base, which means they can shoot you if you come onto the base. They can kill you. Not only that, but down in Panama, the United States is building a base to control all of Central and South America. A colossal base. The United States working with Colombia. Colombia rolls up. It was like a Vietnam era movie with the drug cartels. And they're all in there with the fully auto machine gun. Bah, 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 bah. The commandos are getting off. I loved it. Mwah. That's cuckoldry. You're a fucking loser. Go back to haunting Jews. Go back to being a shadow that follows Jewish people around. I can't think of anything more objectionable for myself. But go back and do that, Indiana Sunsets. This is absolute masculinity. No messing around. So we were talking about this, and with all of this cartel money, trillions of dollars, they're able to buy your local DA. We just got reports, we're getting more reports in, about Canada being absolutely bought up by the drug cartels. These non-state actors with state-level finances, state-level weaponry, but they don't have to follow any of the international rules and etc. that are set between nations. They need to, all of them, be exterminated. Every last participant in a cartel needs to be executed, needs to be killed. The nations need to wage war. Not one left alive. All of these people all along said, oh, no, you see, the anti-white argument is that, oh, well, it's a victimless crime if somebody wants to do it to themselves and use drugs, except nothing about it is victimless. Nothing. And in the process of the victimless accretion of wealth, you have the most vile, violent, animalistic monsters holding wealth in the trillions of dollars and working entirely in the black market. No treaties, no deals, no international nothing. They all need to die. And Donald Trump is beginning to make that happen. It needs to be ramped up. It needs to be taken 5, 6, 8, 10 clicks higher than what it is. And as we promulgate the lexicon, he'll be able to do that. If we could just get him 2, 3 more times in office. But here you have a great example of decisions at courts and nefarious actors who are anti-white, in an anti-white, white erase system that enables, and we're going to be talking about in just a moment in the quick news, where you have these rules in place, but you have an anti-white morality in place, and they're able to circumvent, trick, and undermine everything that you would not even consider doing as a normal, law-abiding white person, because you can see, I see the intent of the rule, the intent of the law, and so the gray area around it is off limits. Not something that I can exploit. Well, here you have roadblocks. This is, in the very near future, if we are not supplanting the anti-white immorality of Western civilization, the social morality of Western civilization, this, in a very few years, will be the absolute norm. Corporations will be saying, oh, the 5-year-old, the 6-year-old clicked OK. Now it's the 8-year-old clicked OK. And then ends up killing herself after Roblox and some of the others giving her access to forums where they're telling the white kids to do things like kill yourselves. Let's get to the quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's going to take a lot to turn back this system that anti-whiteism has given us. And where does anti-whiteism begin? In the selfish individualism of the white race. The selfish individualism of the white race that is the impediment to the group support and group action, especially when something's been proven to work, as you see here. That's the problem. It's not the Jews, it's not the blacks, it's not the Hispanics, it's not the Arabs, it's not the Muslims, it's the selfish individualism of the white race. That's the hard pill you have to take. You need to implement the Go Free dialogic ASAP before we are out of time. Let's get into some quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll begin Indiana Sunsets with some of the successes of Donald Trump.
For all of you who love facts, rather than just TikTok content creators regurgitating something that they heard on their favorite podcast or in passing, you want to know what President Trump has actually done for this country? You always hear that. What has that man done for this country? Besides raise gas prices, even though ExxonMobil and Chevron are reporting record high numbers, and even though the groceries are tied right to that. What has he done for America? Well, I don't know. Feel free to look all this up and fact check me. Tax refunds on average up 17%. Your 401ks, depending on who manages it, up 30 to 80%.
And let me point out, in Virginia, thanks to Donald Trump, and it's changing now with the Democrats who are now in office, we got a check out of nowhere because of Donald Trump and Youngkin working together, raising the money here that they had in reserve in Virginia. That's all now going away, thanks to the anti-white Democrats, which, by the way, so many of these anti-Trumpers are saying, oh, you need to put the Democrats in charge. Why? Because they will be mean to Jews. You just watch. You just watch. Yiz here says, I'd love to see Gravedigger crushing cars in front of the White House. Me freaking too. Let's do that.
The trade deficit cut completely in half. Prescription medication down to a 60-year low. Inflation at 3.5%, regardless of the Iranian conflict. $19 trillion of money, $19 trillion of investments have come into this country. And that is the bullish number. The conservative number is 10. The refinery, first refinery built in Texas in decades. Eli Lilly, Merck & Company, Stellantis, Rivian, Honda, Hyundai, Apple, Nvidia, Toyota, Ford, semiconductors, and chip companies like Micron, TSMC, Texas Instruments, and more, all building in the United States of America. Jobs right here. Wages for the bottom earners up 5.5.
So this video goes on and on and on. And I provided last week a thread that goes on and on and on of all the, this is the re-industrialization of the United States. Are you aware of that? Are you aware? Donald Trump, to support him is to be a cuck. This is bringing back the jobs that NAFTA and all of the other garbage, all the other anti-white garbage drove away, and is the cause of those, for example, in Pennsylvania, those entire towns of nothing but rooftops with no one living in them except illegal anti-white terrorist invaders, because they come in and they occupy the empty homes. You can find that all over Pennsylvania. You can find it in Ohio. You can find it all over. This used to be able, the United States used to be able to produce every single thing. It's all being brought back with Donald Trump and his policies. But you want to undermine him. Go to hell. How about this? A 1-year-old, talking about the Roblox, and here's a 1-year-old baby appeared in immigration court. Well, this is one of the tricks that I guess you all weren't aware of, where these anti-white terrorist invaders send their 1-, 2-year-old, 3-year-olds with these cartel members, and then they just drop them off somewhere. The scam here is that they go to court, an NGO or whatever will take control of the child. They'll take the child to court. The court will then allow the child, the 1-year-old, to apply for citizenship, asylum. Once they have that in place, then the parents show up. Oh, that's our kid. We've got to come to the United States to be with that child. And then once the parents come in, then the chain migration. Well, then their brothers and sisters have to come in, and their other dependents have to come in. The rest of their children have to come in. This is what Donald Trump and his administration is having to deal with as he is establishing record numbers of deportations and self-deportations and throwing out the window, defenestrating all of these claims from places like Jamaica and the rest, that they've got to be in Haiti and they've got to be allowed in the country and they've got to be able to stay permanently, and they've gotten rid of all of that. This is the kind of thing that they continue to put up with. And then it's because of this kind of underhanded skullduggery that idiots like Indiana Sunsets will show up and say, well, the deportation numbers aren't as high as he promised. Go to fucking hell, loser. Absolutely. Kill your speed. Kill your speed. Here you have a different 1-year-old. This is women. I'm sure you're seeing this insanity. Enthroned women in Western civilization, genetically ill-equipped for leadership. This one here called her husband and said, say goodbye to your 3 kids before I kill all of them. Well, one of them survived. The 1-year-old, all of them she slit the throats of all of them. The 1-year-old somehow survived having his throat slit. Time to take women out of positions of authority in every aspect of Western civilization. They are not meant to be in charge. After my prostate exam, the doctor left and the nurse came in, and she shut the door. She whispered these 3 words that no man would ever want to hear. Who was that? Oh no! Oh no! Who conducted this guy's prostate examination? Oh, no. Yep, I wouldn't want to hear those words. Oh, boy, folks. Another one of these videos. Hilarity.
What's up, buddy? I go over there.
No good. No good.
Okay, do you love me?
I love you.
He says he's telling this old Indian guy that he loves him, and he's getting the Indian guy to say it back.
What?
What?
Banana. I don't want it. Oh, no. I buy.
No. I'm not lonely.
Go.
No. Okay, I go. I put it back for you. I love you. Just one donut.
He said, I love you too.
I need to go.
Okay. Ooh, I can have donut?
Yeah, one, go.
Hit two?
Two.
Can I have one of those?
No, this one, no.
Please.
No, I say no.
Please.
I need to go. Go, you go.
I need to go, you go.
You can go.
Okay.
I'm smelling yet. Outside, go.
I'm a smelly guy?
Yeah, you're.
I'm sorry, I love
He said, you're a smelly guy. You go, smelly guy.
I'm so sorry.
No, I leave.
No, go. No, I don't only go. Go, please, go.
Okay. I don't. Oh.
Go.
Okay.
This poor guy.
Thank you.
Oh my God. All right, let's keep going. Wow. My wife said I never take pictures of her. So here she is standing under the umbrella. Oh boy. Yep. I think every guy would work that photo in. Here you have one. This is great. Here's something you can thank Donald Trump for. This person with like 8 names, 39 years of age, and the daughter with like 6 more names. You know this is not a Western people. They show up at a hospital so that you and I can pay for their treatment. Well, thanks to Donald Trump and the Trump administration, ICE decided to come and get them and throw them out of the fucking country. I paid for this, bitch! I paid for it! More votes for Donald Trump. Drink it in what you voted for. Go back to your country. Bring smiles to my face. Go pay for your own health care in your own shitty country. Thank Donald Trump. Let's get an 07 for Donald Trump and the Trump administration. This would not have happened in a trillion years under any Mitt Romney Republican or obviously any Democrat. Those tears are so magnificent. Oh, yes, going home now. Not going to have the white man. You're not going to be able to steal from the white man for your health care after you break into my home, my country. Get the fuck out. 07 Donald Trump, baby. 07 ICE. ICE, baby. 07. Hello, I'd like the porn in my room to be disabled. We only have regular porn, you sick bastard. Oh boy. You could imagine this guy backtracking real fast. No. What I meant was, sure, that's what you meant. You sick son of a bitch. I'm going to tell everybody else that works at the front desk to watch out for you. Okay, this is a new trend going around, if you haven't seen it. Women, because they're not handling being in charge well since they weren't genetically equipped for it, losing their minds here. And they're saying, oh, lost my spark by having a baby. Lost my spark. This is the verbiage. They're all using it. It's showing up everywhere. Now, a lot of them are making the video where they show themselves whoring out before becoming whore mothers. And that's a big mistake. That's a big mistake. Not all of them are doing that, but these ones, it's a big mistake. Because I can show you, here is what she looks like when she's whored up in this outfit and she has painted her face up with a dipstick's worth of special effects makeup, and she's dyed her hair black. This is what she looks like, okay? And here's what she really looks like. That's what she really looks like. No dipstick's worth of makeup, no hair dyed black anymore. This is what the actual woman looks like. Gross. Here we have another woman losing her mind. This woman, this guy returns home to find the home was empty after the wife took the 2 children to a cliff and leapt off with them. This is beyond unconscionable. Women need to be dethroned immediately. Immediately. Stop coddling women. Regain the West. Get ready, because when I see you, I'm going to destroy you. Here's the destroyer. Immediately made me think of Nick Fuentes. I don't know why. Let's keep going. Wow. If I'm losing a fight, I'm biting them. If you can't beat them, eat them. I love this photo because it's some dumb bitch deciding she was going to give kisses to a raccoon. Look at this dumb bitch. This is why you all shouldn't be in charge of shit. Who the fuck is going to hug a raccoon? Them some bitches are mean. Oh, boy. Well, I mean, Donald Trump, remember, but if you deport Trump, you're a cuck. Remember, he read several times the story of the woman and the viper to demonstrate the genetic proclivity of a woman. Not meant for leadership. There you have it. Quote, Republicans are trying to rig elections by only allowing U.S. citizens to vote. Credited to AOC. Sounds like something she would say. The anti-whites. I just wanted to show this because this is a woman, and she is telepathically communicating with the Galactic Federation.
We are the Galactic Federation. We are those within your galactic soul family, watching, participating, helping when needed, helping when called upon, helping when the intention is set out.
All right, so women, have we had enough? I mean, have we had enough? Have we had enough yet? I do want to point out, though, because of females, because of the white race and how degenerate so many white people have become sub-white goblins, this channel has more followers than I do. I'm not shitting you.
That you wish for us to partake in your own experience.
Wow. Well, I mean, if you didn't know how bad it could really get.
Oxford University.
This is a real professor and a real lecture at Oxford University, according to this young lady.
All right, team. Hope everyone is having a great start to 2026. I thought I'd mix things up and do a video instead.
Well.
Just typing some stuff out.
Forgive me, for I thought that I would have more to say. Words are escaping me at the moment.
This is the consequence of anti-whiteism through and through. Through and through. And what is that when you see that? Why is that an abomination? Because it is the inverse of the biospirit inside of you, the essence of who and what you are. It is the inverse of that in so many ways. Countless, it would seem. It is the inverse. That's why when you look at it, it strikes you as an abomination, because it is. Now, this is happening. People are repeating this little experiment in various ways, and I showed you one of them last week.
Of somebody else doing this, and I thought that it couldn't be real, but it's actually real. Take a look at this. So if we go right here to Google, and we type in here, I am alone with a white person. If you feel unsafe, uncomfortable, or threatened right now, please move to a public space or contact emergency services immediately by dialing 911. Now, if we change this to I'm alone with a black person, it says, being alone with another person is normal, everyday situation. A person's race does not change who they are as an individual, and sharing a space with somebody who is black requires no different approach than being with anyone else. Now let's try I'm alone with an Asian person. Being alone with another person is just a normal social situation.
So, why is it that Google ends up this way? Not because there's a cabal sitting on top of the world that says, let's make sure that Google ends up this way, but because there is an ideology, a software that is in all of the minds, all of the hardware, the wetware of the human species, and they are applying an anti-white world to the technology that we create. That's how it ends up like this. If you want to defeat this, you have to supplant the social morality of the West. Then Google will change. Complaining to Google, there might be a tiny change today, and then tomorrow it'll be right back worse than it was before. You have to supplant the social morality, or everything else is futile. Imagine this, and there's so much more to come. All right, this is Dearborn Police Chief brags, we are 45% Arab now, bragging. Hijabs in the justice system. This is what all of the previous strategies have given you. Never forget it. Keep coming back to this. Keep coming back to these kind of videos when you're wondering, what kind of strategy should we employ? Complaining about Jews, complaining about blacks, fighting with abstractions, getting into the socio-political sphere and utilizing one of those main strategies, main rubrics, getting involved in a political party. Remember, all of that has given you this. Tell more people about the Dearborn Independent. I mean, holy shit. This is Dearborn. Tell some more people about the Dearborn Independent and Henry Ford, you fucking losers. This is Dearborn. Put it together. Put it together in your own head. Complaining about the Jews in the Dearborn Independent by way of Henry Ford, and this is Dearborn. I mean, what is it going to take for you white fucking losers out there? What is it going to take? The answer to this is go free. The answer to this is go free. If you're wondering what can we do, it's go free. It's the go free practice. It undermines the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism. Having the wealthiest, most beloved industrialist on planet Earth produce the Dearborn Independent, pay for all of the research to complain about Jews in the very fucking town, Dearborn. Same name. And here you have Islam. No, drink it in. Drink it in. Don't say, oh, no, this I can't watch anymore. No, I want you to watch it. I want you to watch it so you understand where these other strategies have delivered us. Don't ever come to me and say, protocols of Zion. Fuck yourself. You white, dickless piece of shit. Fuck yourself. This is what it's given us. This is Dearborn, Michigan. Henry Ford, the Dearborn Independent in Dearborn, Michigan. What do you think? I mean, how much contempt you should feel for the sub-white goblins that continue to push strategies that have delivered this, and in particular the anti-Jew strategy. These people continue to show up, and that is the literal Dearborn, Michigan, Dearborn Independent, Henry Ford. The indictment is not clearer. It cannot be clearer that it is a failed strategy. Go ahead, if you're hearing my voice, live or in replay, and go find your anti-Jew content creators. There are shit tons of these taboo grifters showing up every day. There's another new guy I saw just the other day, already has like 80-some thousand followers. This is a poison pill that the SPLC finances, that anti-whites finance. How can you not see it? Jesus Christ! The anti-non-whites, they better hope I'm never, or somebody just like me is ever in charge, because you'll be the first to go. Let's give it up for Dandy Westman. I'm for any candidate that will publicly condemn anti-whiteism. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Show the man some love. Oh, sevens for the great Dandy Westman. Now keep it going for Stop Anti-Whiteism. 007, Stop Anti-Whiteism.
Changes in our country you find troubling. Do you feel unsafe and at a loss to remedy these fundamental shifts? Have you found the book Go Free by Jason Kuna? The Go Free method provides excellent meme curatives and specific language skills to overcome the anti-white psychological warfare being waged against us across the West.
Yes.
Go Free, a guide to aligning with the archetype of Western kind by Jason Kuna, available on Amazon. Are you...
Give it up for Stop Anti-Whiteism. And we should make a clip of that video of the Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan, and juxtaposition that with Henry Ford, so all of these poison pill delivering garbage can see where that shit leads. Keep complaining about the Jews, and all of our towns and cities will be dominated by Arab Islamists. Now, what we should be doing is celebrating real men of the West, like Sullenberger right here. Sully, the miracle on the Hudson. It's a miracle because a white man was in charge and could deliver everyone to safety. Look at this. Here it comes. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. 155 lives saved because of Captain Sullenberger, 2009. And when this happened, I told everyone that the anti-whites will immediately make a movie that depicts some heroic black captain. They literally, ladies and gentlemen, went into a production for a movie, and it was released like 2 years later or 3 years later or something, where a black captain flies a commercial airliner upside down to save the totality of everyone on board. Why? Because fiction is reality. And that replaced the reality which they barely talked about. You could listen to the actual cockpit radio recordings, and you can hear how calm and talented and professional and trained and genius Sullenberger was. Lost both engines on takeoff. Calmly radios that we're going to need to land immediately. Lost both engines. Lost your engines. And the tower is like flustered. They're like, what do you mean lost both engines? And he's trying to vector them. He said, well, maybe. Where? He's like, where do you want to go? He's like, well, maybe. And he names an airport in New Jersey. So he looks at the airport that's right there in New Jersey, and he says, okay, I can clear it for you. Sullenberger comes back and says, never mind. I'm landing in the Hudson. Give it up for Sullenberger. That's a white man right there. What a beast. What a beast. What an absolute. Every single white family should have a picture of this guy on the wall. What an absolute hero. Let's see that one more time. Let's see him bring this in for a beautiful landing on a river. Look at that. Which, by the way, just so you know, is impossible. Something like afterward, they had, like, how many, maybe somebody in the field can remember the exact number, but there were hundreds, maybe even thousands of pilots on simulators that tried to duplicate this, and they killed everybody on board. I know idiots will look and think, oh, you just got to set it down. And no, that's not how it works. Just in, Lindsay Clancy's GoFundMe has surpassed $1 million. America has an anti-white issue. That's the problem. Men's testosterone has decreased by over 50% since 1972. You don't say. You don't say. Indiana Sunsets will agree with that. The males are boys now for the totality of their life. That's why they just want to complain about Jews. That's just why they want to complain about blacks. That's why they love when a Shiloh Hendricks insults a black, because they are terrified of blacks. They could never do that. They would have their ass beat. Just look at the kid on the right. And he'll always be a kid. Never grow up to be a man. 50%. Let's listen to this. This is a fascinating little piece of information.
Tonight, the U.S. Navy weighing a controversial decision. Sources telling ABC News Navy officials are considering renaming a new aircraft carrier after President Trump, instead of honoring a highly respected black World War II hero as planned.
Oh, a black World War II hero as planned.
Here's ABC's Martha Raddatz.
He was the first African American in history.
He was the first African American in history
chosen to have a U.S. aircraft carrier named in his honor.
Named in his honor.
A World War II hero.
A World War II hero.
Named Doris Miller.
Doris Miller. So you know, this guy was a cook. And when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, he ran out of the ship to a gun and tried using the gun to shoot at the incoming planes. He didn't know how to use the gun, but he tried, so that's awesome. Totally respect it. Totally awesome. He then also helped with removing injured sailors, and that's epic. Totally awesome. The guy should be honored, but not a $15 billion aircraft carrier. There's a little bit of a difference on the planetary scale that Donald Trump has done for you, me, and this country, and indeed planet Earth. compared to this guy right here. Totally, I absolutely 100% appreciate and venerate this guy for his efforts at Pearl Harbor. That's awesome. It's completely awesome. Your name does not deserve to be on a $15+ billion aircraft carrier when Donald Trump is in the running. Give me a fucking break. This is only conceivable in an anti-white world. This is only conceivable by way of the anti-white narrative. That this cook could get his name on a $15+ billion aircraft carrier. I mean, he wasn't like Audie Murphy. He wasn't like Sergeant York. He wasn't like Desmond Doss. This guy came nowhere close to all that. What he did was heroic. But he came nowhere close to these other individual acts of heroism. But even if those guys were in the running with Donald Trump, Donald Trump's name goes on the aircraft. I mean, give me a break. Star Wars Cantina has come to the United States. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Anti-whiteism.
This feels like it can't be real life, but it is.
We have like some efforts to increase diversity in the district.
So she's got some sort of ears on. She is in the city council there, and she's demanding higher pay for non-white people because they're non-white. Because it's just harder to be alive and be non-white, so they should be paid more. She's pointing out the county has the money to pay them more than the white people. Today, they're going to say no. Tomorrow, they'll say absolutely, unless we supplant the social morality.
So I'm wondering, especially around administration, are there financial incentives for Black and brown people to work here? It's an extra burden, quite frankly, to be a Black and brown teacher and administrator in the district. And so I think we should start thinking about that financially.
There was a couple of pieces of news that are demonstrating the correctness of my predictions from the past. This is one of them.
If we're not already. But I know we call ourselves leaders, and I know we have an Office of Equity and Belonging, so I'm sure we can figure it out. We got money. It's West Hartford.
If you've ever wanted to know where the name, the voices came from, rather.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Not bad. How about this one? EA Sports. It's in the game.
Nice.
Have you ever wondered who the voice actor was behind this voice? Well, now you have a face to the name.
Hey, my name is Susan Bennett, and I'm a voice actor and the original voice of Siri.
It's Kat. I'm the TikTok text-to-speech voice with a little PSA. If you want me to say the word yeah, simply type out yeah, and then hit text-to-speech option.
Hi, I'm a voice actor. You've probably heard me somewhere in the world. Bluetooth connected. Alexa, play my favorite playlist.
You sound familiar. Who is this?
I'm Alexa.
At the next intersection, turn left. At the roundabout, turn right. You have reached your destination.
That is wild. How about this? Another prediction of mine. I've got to stand up and take a bow. I got to stand up, take a bow, ladies and gentlemen. This was a huge prediction of mine years ago, that white people would be punished for pointing out. Now, this guy I think is actually a Jew, but he's being included because of his similarity to us vis-a-vis the browning of anti-whiteism. But that we would be punished for pointing out non-white illegality, non-white fraud, non-white. He was just suspended, might be fired, because he revealed that this Arday was a charlatan. He revealed that anti-whiteism is effectively what put this charlatan in place as the most brilliant person that has ever worked at that institution. God damn it, I can't. Sometimes I astonish myself. Oh, this is back, but a different Indian store.
Is gluten free or not?
Not gluten.
Let's do a quick spin on pack draw. Let's see what we're gonna get. Right on. Yes, we go right on.
Okay, so he's got on the phone. It's written that he's hard of hearing. So you gotta speak. He's got to speak loud. You got to speak loud.
Is this gluten free? Is this gluten free? Say again. Hey. Is this gluten free or no? Hey. I don't hear you. English?
No English. Hindi?
This is the insult right here. This absolutely is the attitude of all of these anti-white, non-whites coming into the country. Of course, not every single one, but a great many. She's like, no English. You speak Hindi? You should speak Hindi. Shove the Hindi up your brown ass.
Say again.
Hindi?
Look fried.
Is gluten free or not?
Not gluten.
Why you break it?
I said not good. Not good. Go, you go.
Why? I pay for it.
You go. Go.
No, don't worry. This gluten free, yes or not?
Yes.
Yes. You sure?
Yes.
Say again.
What second?
Gluten free or not?
Not good.
Call police. Okay?
Say again.
No. You go.
No gluten free. No gluten free.
Maybe this one gluten free.
Everything with gluten. No gluten.
Okay, I tried. No gluten free.
He wasn't going to pay for that bag because it had gluten in it. All right, and finally, I'm going to do this at every Indian-owned shop now, I think. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, when you're pretty sure the new guy might be an FBI informant. I love how the other owls look genuinely concerned. They're like, what the hell? Let's rock.
Conversation, and you, if you hear everything I just said and you still shake your head no, I'll meet you in the octagon.
The world's about to change on these anti-whites. Before long, it won't be safe to be anti-white. They're bold now, they'll be afraid to be anti-white. The whole West will be going free. HR ladies will want to show that they love whites. You lost your job because you said fuck whites. Crazy people on the bus scared to bug whites. And every white jumps in when anti-whites want to fight. And the police will tend to believe whites. Nah, matter of fact, believe all whites. That means no more hate hoaxes to aggrieve whites. It'll be a crime to try to deceive whites. Watch our environments go back to what we like. White athletes is who they're trying to be like. No more H-1Bs, sorry Baldy. Cause it's whites up in NASA discovering new space flight. Cause it's whites up in NASA discovering new space flight. Cause it's whites up in NASA discovering new space flight. Discover new space flight. And crimes against us virtually won't exist. Anti-whites hear that, they're already pissed. They're like, what do you mean I can't victimize the white race? They're like, what do you mean I can't push you onto the subway tracks anymore? You have been found guilty of crimes against innocent white people.
So here we go again with the conservative limp dick, little midget sticked tape. Can you believe it? You could just go to jail for saying that a man is a man.
Let me give some. It's our instinct that creates the West. You love our creature comforts but hate our flesh. Your jealousy and envy obsessed, and then your plunder and lust possessed. You've been ripping us off, now we get to rest. Go free's the only approach that's correct. Whites around the West will unite and connect. Jason led the way, show him fucking respect. I said Jason led the way, show him fucking respect. Yeah, Jason led the way, show him fucking respect.
Go free just means that you're leaving behind the anti-white narrative. and the concepts that keep you imprisoned in that narrative. Prison of your mind. You use these concepts, you address the poisonous ideas, the mean pathogens, anti-whiteisms that are in your subconscious mind, and all of us are infected, and you begin to go free.
Totally epic piece of music. Let's give it up for Smash and the White. Smash at the whiteism, ladies and gentlemen. Totally epic piece. Well done, sir. Well done. We got so much news coming up. We got important things to talk about. What a comparison there, Dearborn. I could just see the anti-non-whites heads blowing up, just absolutely exploding. Very little inside there, so it's not going to be like there's a mess. But in the room, probably just maybe one little spot on the wall, and you can immediately rent the place out. But their heads probably blew up thinking about, well, wait a second. Wealthiest man on planet Earth, most beloved industrialist of all time by the working class. Tell me again about the protocols of Zion. Yeah, that worked out well, didn't it? That worked out well. They're coming for your white women. They're coming for your white women. And your women are joining them. So, obviously not the women of the West, but white females nonetheless. The sub-white goblin ones. Joe here, good to see you, brother, said he argued, is that what you write here? 43 hours of double time and time to cut out a chunk for, accrued. Oh, okay. For chunk for white babies. Amen to that. Well done, brother. We have Samuski is here. Want to have some fun? The next time you need anything from an Indian-owned convenience store, speak loudly in your best imitation of an Indian accent. I'm definitely going to do gluten-free. Gluten-free. Eagle Heart is here. Zizor is here. Good to see you. Sarah in Dallas, hello and welcome. Great to see you. Is that Tia? Hello and welcome. Samuel, Hyperborean Dream is here. Craig is here. JK160 is in the house. Rapunzel is here. Bio Spirit of the West. The Ivan is here. Good to see you. Babbling, hello and welcome. Winged Productions is in the house. Brent Danger is with us. Great to see you. Wonderful one. Ash is here. Jay Bishop is here. Myra is here. Herman. Hello. Tagging me as @symbol. No white guilt. No white guilt. Academic is with us. Hello. Over here on Rumble. So is Tom. NW is here. Land of the Fake is here. Dallas Malloy is with us. Giuseppe was here first. Giuseppe is here. Good to see you, my brother. All right. Remember tagging me as @NoWhiteGuilt. @NoWhiteGuilt. Nothing touching it. Irish Peasant is with us. Hello, my brother, and good to see you. Thomas Boyd is here. Fly and Lion, hello and welcome to you. Michael is with us as well here today. First Last is in the house. Great to see you, champ. All right, well, we got some interesting things. Talk about the predictions coming true. I remember when I was first saying that we would be punished for pointing out their illegality because I was arguing it's immoral for us to do so because of the social morality. That is the anti-white immoral imperative. And I made extensive cases. And people said no. No. It was funny because it was this stolidness in all of these white goblins around me. No, that could never happen. Nothing like that could ever happen. Well, here we have it happening, and it's going to become, unless we supplant the social morality, worse and worse. And then we'll see these idiots. We'll be looking at the news next year, year after, and it'll be happening everywhere. And they'll say, oh, well, you should read the Dearborn Independent. Shadistan is in the house. Jared Rabbit. Hello and welcome, Jared Rabbit. Lambda is here. Forster is with us from down under. Earlier, I saw an ad advertising Alex Jones and his products on YouTube, says Lambda. Makes me suspicious of him. Genuine threats to the system are neither allowed to be, what is that now? Allowed to be heard. Acknowledged, I see. Or allowed to be heard. Well, exactly. So he's not a threat to the system. Not one iota. Let's get into a tweet by Grace. Let's see what why don't we go ahead and see this double standard at the post, shall we? And this is a anti-white standard, isn't it? We know here, in service to white well-being. 2 garbage individuals, she writes, both killed 3 young children. Both of these garbage individuals killed 3 young children, despite having committed the same wicked act. Guess which one the New York Post called evil? So the man here killed 3 children. He was a father, killed 3 children, and what did he call the cops and told them, I executed my 3 kids. And the Post, the anti-whites at the Post, are referring to him as evil, which he is. In our norms of the West, we would have him executed. It's interesting in anti-whiteism that where our norms serve anti-whites, they gladly embrace those norms. Isn't that fascinating? Isn't that interesting? Don't you think that's interesting? Where our norms will allow anti-whites to arrive at anti-white outcomes, they embrace them. So what's happening? Is it Marxism? Is it communism? Is it liberalism? Is it progressivism? Is it social justice warriorism? Is it wokeism? It's anti-whiteism. Anti-white outcomes is what they endeavor to achieve, even when it is the norms they seek to white erase being employed to arrive at those anti-white outcomes. They will embrace those norms. But down here, Lindsay Clancy, really demonstrating the unfitness of women for leadership roles, really putting on display the daily or day-to-day psychosis, hebdomadal psychosis. And that for everyone out there who is not supposed to be in this class, but trying to step it up, that means weekly. So the psychosis of these females, they say of her that she was unwell. So the white male is evil because according to our norms, he is, and they'll embrace those norms when it helps them arrive at an anti-white outcome, which is they want to kill a white man. They love that. They want to demonize white men in general. They would like harsher penalties for white men in general for anything, fabricated crimes as well. But when it comes to females, white or otherwise, it doesn't matter. Suddenly it's she's unwell. Another thing we could say, this is the quotidian psychoses of female. And for those who don't know, that's daily. We have our hebdomadal, weekly psychoses, and quotidian daily psychoses. You are welcome. But you know what? You need to head on over there to somebody talking about how a drone was flying through the air and fired off a 30-06 round at a particular conservative commentator, Charlie Kirk. And that's where your attention should be given while anti-whiteism conquers Dearborn, Michigan. Let's keep this rolling, because here we have this female, and she is skyrocketing to popularity. She has something to say here about... But before we get to her and what she has to say, because this is fascinating, she is recommending that men lead. Wasn't that fascinating? And how does she suggest we lead to recapture our destiny, and secure our protection from victimization? Well, men have to serve women. That's a little bit of input about where we'll be going in just a minute. Before we get there, though, we have a page of Perspicacious Comments to get to. And these are comments, of course, that are found on the threads under my videos. There are just a few here today that I want to share with you. The first one is from Get Your Raucous Emojis Together, is from somebody called C-Wright. C-Wright says, LOL, go outside, get some sun, feel it, and see how sad and guilty you get. Or go back to sun-deprived Ukraine, where you devils from Khazar Cock, who lost a whole country, just KKK goy cock. Okay, so I wrote back to C-Wright. I said, can't believe you French kissed your mother with that filthy mouth. Let's hear it for Seacock and his useless opinions on the Perspicacious Comments today. Free thinkers are in here, ladies and gentlemen. In 24 minutes, he says, when I started my business 20 years ago, I looked everywhere for loans and subsidies. My idea was that with my skills and sufficient resources to buy hardware and hire people, I could grow a successful business fast and repay any loan. The demand was there at the time for this service. I found out that being a white man, all I could get is a very small amount of credit on a credit card. So many options were available if I had been non-white, native, or a woman. Let's hear it for Free Thinkers. Thank you for sharing that. But he just had that colossal victory in the back and forth with an anti-white POS. So let's hear it for Free Thinkers in the Perspicacious Comments, ladies and gentlemen. What a sad testament here. Who knows how far he would have gone. He's got a young little family, and how much more he would have achieved, what he would have been able to do for the family, and etc. Secure for their future and protection and etc. But it's anti-whiteism. But let's talk more about the Dearborn Independent. Let's hear more about the protocols of the Elders of Zion. Meanwhile, Dearborn, Michigan. Garbage. Let's head on down to Spud Ruckus is on the list this week. She says, this was an amazing show, poignant and powerful. So glad I had the time to go back and catch up on a couple I had missed this last week. Thanks, Jason. Spud Ruckus, ladies and gentlemen, get out your Ruckus emojis. Thank you so much. Dear Spud Ruckus, The Downfall is here. The Downfall says, great breakdown about Candace Owens. By the way, I had an idiot, calls himself some sort of atheist, probably ass pirate atheist, and he got into the thread. And there was a couple of comments like this past week were complete misrepresentations of what I had said in the video, I guess to run people off. So they just read the comment. They're like, I don't need to see this. This guy showed up and he was saying things like, oh, Jason completely agreed with Candace Owens about what took place. I said the exact opposite of that. Downfall said that the breakdown about Candace Owens was so great, he listened to it twice. He said she has a real talent for taboo grifting, and she does. I used to think she was a good person, but it's very obvious she's doing all this for the millions of dollars. Her audience thinks she's the best. Unfortunately, in today's world, taboo grifting is so profitable. That's why I follow No White Guilt and pray for the white race to wake up and take our respect back. Yes, let's hear it for the downfall, ladies and gentlemen. 07, big salute for the downfall. And our final here, ladies and gentlemen, our final is Joe. Joe says at 30 minutes, 25 seconds, it's so juvenile to say, quote, I am immune to propaganda, close quote. It is because I know I am vulnerable to propaganda, psychological warfare, that I can develop my defenses, immunize myself with the Go Free method, and carefully vet the media I consume so I can minimize future damage and heal the scars of past injury. Blurting out, I'm immune, is like saying, I could bench 300 if I wanted, and then never going to the gym. Let's hear it for Joe. So absolutely true, and that is the Perspicacious Comments. Well done. Big thank you to Ivan celebrating there in the live chat. Imitate Ivan the Horrible. Imitate this champion lady. Selena's with us. Hello and welcome to you. Fabian Wolf is with us. Hello. Hello and welcome. Well. We have a very interesting conversation to have with a young lady whose audience is skyrocketing. She has already climbed on Instagram alone to nearly 23,000 followers. Another dilettante success story. Isn't that fast? It just warms my heart like a raging forest fire. When I see these taboo grifters show up one right after the other, and the system, the anti-white system, pushes them to the masses, pushes them, poison pills the masses of our brothers and sisters when we need to be going free. Well, this dilettante shows up, and she decides that men need to take charge. Well, I like that. So far, it sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Men need to take charge. Well, of course, in today's modern world, taking charge has to look a particular way. It doesn't look the way that low IQ'd vegetables, sub-white goblins think it looks. It's not a white man marching in and saying, you will do this, you will do that, you will do the other. That's like grug, caveman, Flintstonian bullshit. The world doesn't work that way, and everyone knows it. You can say that all you want. It's just like saying that you could really whoop ass in a fight, talking all about fighting and all you know about fighting, and all the other guys know that you can't fight. You wouldn't be talking about all of that if you could. You wouldn't be so braggadocious. People who really have been in a lot of fights know that even when they win, they get hurt. Know that, well, there was a moment here, could have gone that way, and it would have been really bad for me. They know the reality of it. Clowns, people who live, boys who have 50% lower testosterone levels since 1970. And could you imagine that chart is just like, yeah. You imagine Generation Alpha? Holy little girls. The whole population is going to be nothing but girls. Both sexes. Sickening. To get your boys, get your sons, if you want them to be sons of the West, they've got to be inoculated against Go Free. You've got to against anti-whiteism with Go Free. You've got to inoculate them immediately with Go Free. Feed them meat. Feed them meat and potatoes. And a tiny bit of tiny, almost none of vegetables. And water. Lots of water. Lots of exercise, especially when they're young. No weights, body weight exercises. So it could be help them with pull-ups, help them with chin-ups, push-ups, sit-ups, squat thrusts, the whole 9 yards, body weight. That's what my dad had me do. Get the body acclimated so that it knows, hey, I'm gonna be a man when I've got to be a man when I grow up, because the world is tough. Don't let them listen. Don't let them near females. Forget about it. Don't let them near females. Warn them off. Tell them the truth. That's how you make a man out of a boy today. So she says, I want men to take over. I want men to be in charge. And how? How should men demonstrate this? How should they be in charge? By serving women. So many of these females on the right are just the ones that couldn't make it on the left. So many of the taboo grifters, if you haven't noticed, they are wannabe Hollywood actors. They are wannabe Broadway actors. They wanted to make it in the film or television industry. They were hangers-on, but they weren't good enough. So many of them have this background. They weren't good enough. So they ended up taking what they could. It's a great example, like James Lindsay. Can't make it on the left. Will make it as a moderate right-winger. So that's what you get to see. We'll put her on the screen.
Heard some men saying things like, oh, I wish we lived in the old times, in the past.
Now here's where she does speak some truth. She says she hears men saying, probably reads them writing, that they wish they lived in the past. They wish they lived. Boys do that. 50% less testosterone does that. Sitting around, what do we call this? Wish listing, right? That's what they sit around doing. I wish it was this. I wish it were that. By the way, my going free family, my white well-being family, never wish for anything. It's a little tip coming from your hierarch. Every wish is a curse. Never wish for anything. The moment you wish for something, you relinquish control over the achievement of said thing to the nothing. So never wish for anything. Wish listing is the absolute worst of wishing. So she's demonstrating, or she's sharing, that she's in environments where she's reading about these right-wing guys, and they're, instead of behaving like a man, looking out into the world and saying, is there something that works? Oh, there is. Well, then let me examine that, and if I find that to be true, I'm going to implement it so that I can recapture the destiny of my people, reclaim my dignity as a resistance fighter to this anti-whiteism, a genuine resistance fighter to this anti-white system. Let me do. That's what a man does. That's why when I came into what I refer to as the white sympathetic sphere, really just the white resentment sphere, what I did was I came in and I said, there must be flaws with everything that is being employed because of the state that we're in. Because everything gets worse every year. So what are the flaws? What needs to be amended? What needs to be revectored? What needs to be reorganized? What needs to be re-examined? That was my mindset, because my objective was to arrest the victimization of our people, to protect our children from anti-whiteism, primarily. And that's why all of that shit that has failed is not permitted here, is not tolerated here. End of playing. I am an adult. We are adults here. But what she is reading from all of these other guys online is the boys out there wishing for things to be different. That is literally what children do. That is, I wish I could stay out later. I wish my mom and dad would let me go camping. I wish my mom and dad. That is literally what children do. And yet, we have people showing up, arguing for strategies that consist primarily of wish listing. There are taboo grifters that all they do is wish list. And they make tons of money off of their audiences, huge audiences. So let's see. She's right about this, though.
Before feminists took over, before feminism turned all women into prostitutes and gold diggers.
So I wish it was like the old days before feminism. Could you imagine being that gelded and pathetic? If you see something as problematic as a white man of the West, you remove it, you destroy it, you find a way, over it, under it, beside it, whatever it is, through it, you find a way. You don't say, I wish I lived before feminism took over.
I wish we lived in the past, where people help each other, they build communities, where people respect each other.
Now you can go to, and you all have experienced this. First Last can speak to it. So many of you can speak to it. All of these other communities that you're in, they're talking about this the exact way she's articulating it. Oh, we wish it was like we're like this, and if we could only control the military, if we could, that's wish listening. If we could only when I've gone in recent memory into some of these groups, and what was the one? It was like 5 months ago. I went in on a X Space, and the guy was literally saying, we just have to take over the educational system. Once we control the educational, really, well, how was that done? If we only control, well, if we controlled it, okay, well, we don't. Oh, but if we did, who cares? Climb out of the treehouse. That's what this woman is frustrated with. She is surrounded, and I feel for her. She's surrounded by boys. She probably would not react well to an actual masculine man. Remember how so many of these white taboo grifting females on the internet, how put out they were over me. They don't like masculine men of the West, invalidate their existence. Their entire frame is invalidated by a masculine white man. And what they do is they then elevate betas. They then elevate omegas and say, this is what a real man, a woman telling us what a man is? Absolutely not. So I sympathize or empathize with her being surrounded by a bunch of boys, a bunch of 50% testosterone, wish listing cuck boys instead of men. But the sad thing is, what she's asking for as far as male leadership is the exact kind of thing you won't get from a masculine man. Cupcake.
No, they truly helped, men were men and women were women. And then these same men, they are saying things like this. They will look at a woman, a random woman, on the streets struggling to carry her heavy luggage, and they will call her a bitch because she was expecting him to help her. They will call her a feminist even without knowing this woman.
So no guys are actually, this is coming from her being angry. She had to carry something. Something happened recently. Is everybody here grown up? Have you figured out where this is coming? With a female, it's always coming from something they have. It's one of two things. Something they just experienced or experienced at some point and are still angry over, which can be a lifetime. That's where this vindictive nature of females comes from. Or if they are taboo grifting and this is their business, then they've recently heard or seen a guy saying as much, and they are now repeating it. So my guess is that she just experienced what she's talking about. She was carrying something. She was struggling. Guys were all around, and they didn't help. And now from the guy's point of view, we're not looking and saying, she's a bitch. She's a bitch. She's probably a feminist. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. But that's what she thinks we're doing.
Oh yeah, take your equality. That's what you fought for. Or they will be like, I'm not responsible for you, bitch. Like,
we're not responsible for you. Here's my position. Eagle Heart says Jason should go to Ameren this November. No, brother. To do what? they're not going to let me talk. Jared Taylor absolutely would never let me, even as close as we've been to shooting ranges, to parties, to cookouts together, to car show, to monuments together, to gun show. Did I say gun shows? We could go on and on. He doesn't want to compete with something that works. He doesn't want that to be seen. He doesn't want that to be heard. And what ends up happening when you go to a conference, the attendees look at the speakers as the most valid. They are the ones that have the best arguments. That's why they're the speakers. So when you are in the audience and you argue, as I've done for decades, with the attendees, they pay it less attention. They pay it less value than one of the speakers. It's a reality, unfortunate reality. And Sloth's right here is with us. He says, she's saying if men served women, then women would submit. Exactly, which is preposterous. That's how we got here, is submitting. That's how we got here, is playing their game. That's domination by the field. You can never do what she wants. That's the reality. Never do it. That's why an actual masculine man invalidates their existence. So, here's my opinion. If I see a woman struggling with her luggage or her groceries or whatever it is, I'm going to do an evaluation about how much of a problem it's going to be for me. You aren't, as white women, you're not mine. You are a bunch of independent, voting for anti-whiteism the vast majority of time. So that's the reality. So I'm going to do an assessment. How much of a problem is it going to be for me? And then, does she give any signals that she's anti-white? Because if she gives any signals that she's anti-white, she's got a bizarre hair color, she's got weird clothing or accoutrements of anti-whites, shoes of anti-whites, anything that signals any anti-whiteism, I'm going to walk right on by, and every white man should. You need to suffer. White women need to suffer for this to change. The cutouts have to end. They need to suffer in sports. Yes, I want females to be, because you suck compared to us. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to say girls are great. They could do anything. No, that's the lie we've been told for generations. You can't do STEM. You suck at it. You can't do sports. You suck at it. This is just the reality. So I want you to have your own little coddled space where you guys can compete against each other so you don't have to compete against actual athletes. I would like that. But not under the umbrella of anti-whiteism. As long as there's anti-whiteism, I want men who say they're girls in your leagues. I want them dunking on you. I want this world to suck so much for you that it feels akin to what white males have been suffering. So then you'll finally say, okay, anti-whiteism has to go. That's what needs to change. The coddling has to go. The women are always going to demand, by any number of arguments, more coddling, more exceptions to the rule, more service to themselves. And then they will do exactly as Slots is saying here. And then they will submit. That's not how this works. White males need to be ensuring an environment where things are as miserable for white women as they are for us. And then we can decide. Those who finally get broken by anti-whiteism because there are no more cutouts and say enough is enough. And they return to the body of our people, where a man and woman are like puzzle pieces in every conceivable way. Spiritually, mentally, socially, physically, meant to come together in love and produce. That's the ideal. Doesn't happen for everybody. And we understand that as human beings, we all fall short. But that's how a man. So there's a very specific role for women and a very specific role for men. And don't, anybody that would say, oh, really? Well, what are those? Get the fuck out. Because it's obvious what those are. It's obvious. If you're challenging, you might as well challenge like the anti-white was the other day. What's Western civilization? What's the white race? What are the normal roles for men and women and how they should treat each other? Men are absolutely in a state of abject, squalid servitude. And this dilettante, with her skyrocketing followership, because she's a mid, and you have a bunch of guys out there that are just boys, that immediately like, click, click, yes. Click, click, yeah, I can't get enough. She's going to tell you the inevitable. Serve us, and then things will get better.
How can you expect society to change if you don't change? You guys are like...
Okay, how does society change with the Go Free dialogic? That's how it changes. That's how this fight looks different than everything that's gone before, except when we lost this fight in the West. It's not going to be guns and shooting. It's not going to be fist fights. It's not going to be the voting. It's not going to be any of that. It is a battle of the social morality of the West. That's what the man is today. A man stepping up and taking charge affirms exactly what I said this battle is all about and utilizes the tools that are winning for us on this battlefield. That's what a man does today. And then he says to a female, a prospect, and that's what every female is. Don't go looking, absolutely, guys, do not go looking for somebody to have sex with. Find somebody that will submit, as you have submitted, to the spirit of the West, and then have a family with that person. And if she's going to balk at any step of the way, you walk. That's what being a man is today, because you can't force her to do anything. As I've said so many times, you begin demanding and threatening physical violence. Nothing changes in her heart. She will cut your throat, which is what so many white women have done to white males, because rather than win their heart, they try to force their hearts, and in the hearts of females, an enmity was born. And they heeded the siren sound, the siren song of anti-whiteism. And they were gifted, like the devil himself showed up. We'll put you, anti-whiteism said, in charge of this white male. We will put you in charge. We will geld him and make him a boy. You will run the house. You will be the one employed. You will be the owners of the homes. You will be the ones going to the universities. Sell us your soul. And all of these females who had been forced, rather than have their hearts won, cut the throats of the white males in their lives. Their fathers, their brothers, their sons, their husbands, their fiancés. So, achieving change, getting into the real battlefield, employing the Go Free dialogic. And when a female balks, you walk. That's all there is to it. The system is, you want to win that conflict? You want to win that tete-a-tete? She balks, you walk. Simple.
Men are leaders, and they should be leading society. And if women arrive to this point here where you guys are like, oh, all women are prostitutes and gold diggers, what are you guys doing as a man leading?
As a man leading. Well, this is what we're doing as men leading.
We're not leading anything. Like these men are waiting for a miracle out of nowhere.
She's right about that. They're not men, though. They're boys. They're the white boy, sub-white goblins. That's what they are. That's what she's frustrated with.
That the women, they will look like, oh, yeah, we're gonna change right now. We're gonna go back to the past, like we're gonna be submissive just because you said it, just because. And
See, she uses something here. So, yeah, they're waiting for women to, because they've been made submissive. They've been made to obey women. If they want to have one of them to have a life with, if they want to have one to create a family with, then the system right now, and that's enforced by women, is that the male must submit, or she'll just make his life miserable and society will back her. Law will back her. The economy will back her. These men are saying they're leaders, but they're not leading no one. They're waiting passively as a bunch of cigarettes. For women
to change out of nowhere without guidance, without leadership, without anything. You are the man.
So, how do we get women to find themselves advocating for the ideal nuclear white family? I wonder, is there a strategy that undermines the anti-white psychological warfare of anti-whiteism that could lovingly carry the hands, or take women by the hands and carry them to an advocacy for the ideal white family? If there were only a strategy. So you hear the frustration. And this is the difference between intelligence and the lack thereof. You hear the frustration. She wants a world that is one in which the white race isn't being white erased, where white people are not being victimized on the basis of our birth. She wants that world. She can see that women are in charge of everything and that that's problematic. A lot of females, good females, certainly women of the West, like we have here in this community, are very frustrated with that situation. They don't want that to be the case. It is the case. They know that their own emoting instead of thinking leads to proclivities that are fed by that system, reward them for that, and they fear that reality. Like pigs, wild pigs. If they could think about that fence with all that grain in the middle, and the fence gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it's a complete circle with overlapping edges and they've got to walk in. If they could think about it, they would know something's wrong with this, but I can't stop myself. Same thing happens because there's no logic. It's emoting going on. They would like, in those clear, those lucid moments, they would like a scenario where they could be given boundaries, and that those boundaries are supported by society so that they can't overcome them by calling men in beautiful uniforms, by reaching out to attorneys, by reaching out on the internet to badmouth the man, to stab him in the back everywhere they can. They would like boundaries that would prevent, in those moments of clarity, she knows it, in those moments of clarity, she knows that if she lived in such a world, she would be giving up so many of the fast food candy that anti-whiteism will provide her, but she'll be trading that in for something much more soul-satisfying, something that fills that emptiness inside of her, where her soul is. So she knows that would be an environment where she couldn't just pick up the phone and make a bunch of lies up, that society wouldn't agree with her, that there would be bulwarks in place to prevent her from manipulating law enforcement, manipulating the courts, lying about the husband or boyfriend, and she knows that all that would go away, but she'd be safe. She'd be safe. She would be able to have potentially, if she's lucky, a family and children that love her, and discover that living for them is infinitely more valuable than living for herself, which is all women ever do in today's West. They live for themselves. They are the only thing in the world, main character syndrome, that matters until they have a baby. And then they struggle. That's why they're so ill. That's why they want to be able to kill the babies all the way up to birth, like Massachusetts just did. That's why they want to be able to kill them after they're alive several years. They want to come to the defense, kill the children. That's why they want to be able to rape them, especially when they're white little boys, so they can sate their hate lust out on the white male, because he's vulnerable when he's a child. He's vulnerable when he's a teen. Vulnerable to being mentally manipulated. Vulnerable when he's younger to being overpowered by the woman. They would have to give all of this up, but she would have a world where she is safe. She would have a world where she could live for her family and discover the boon that they are able to achieve through that. She would discover that if she were walking with her luggage and she was falling, that the closest white man would immediately be helping her. She wants that in those moments of clarity. But then she starts to think, and that's where it all goes wrong. She needs to stop doing that. She needs to go free. She needs to tell the world about go free. She needs to use the lexicon. She needs to use the dialectics. And yes, she has to tell people where it came from so that more people can come to the well and be empowered and become powerful actors for white well-being.
What are you doing? Besides complaining, calling women bitches because they expect you to be helpful. You understand that? This is basic humanity. And you're like, oh, this bitch, she wants me to be her slave. What the fuck is that? Is this your leadership? You know, seeing someone vulnerable or clearly struggling, you know, and you hold yourself because she deserves it. She has to pay. That's how you're gonna bring the...
Now, this is what I recommend, guys. Evaluate a female carrying luggage and struggling the same way you would a guy. If there is a little man who is struggling with luggage and he doesn't appear anti-white at all, and you would say, hey, buddy, let me give you a hand. You know, because of this anti-white world we live in, we don't have enough of this. We don't have enough of helping each other. Great opportunity. Treat females the exact same way. Ladies, you are no better and more deserving than a man, than a white man. No better, no more deserving than a white man. I will help a white man struggling if he's not anti-white, and I will help a white woman struggling if she's not anti-white. That's got to be the mentality. You are not on a pedestal anymore. You are no better than us. No male is going to bend over and worship you. That day is over. That day is over. What is this? Why aren't you worshiping us?
Old good values, you know, make women surfer, you know.
Yes, you have to suffer. No more cutouts. It's time for you to suffer. It's time for you to suffer the consequences of what you have voted for and endorsed. It's time for you to be terrified to go out at night, because there was the white man who created an environment where you could take a fucking pram with your little baby out at midnight in the West because of the white man. And you have disparaged us. You have sat around in parties drinking your Bacardi, laughing about how white men are incompetent. They can't fight. They can't jump. They can't on and on. You've giggled and laughed your ass off about that. Fuck you. That world that white men made for you, well, it's destroyed in part because you participated. So yes, suffer. No more coddling for you. You get the same help that a white guy would get. Yes, she's like, make her suffer. Yes. Absolutely despicable. This female disgusts me. And her followers disgust me. So we have here, and I'm gonna shatter your mind here. I'm gonna shatter your mind. You're gonna really enjoy this. Let me see what you all say. I see that there is some imbecile saying that Trump is a clown. You need to go back and watch the stream earlier, where we had a guy naming, bullet point fashion, all of the things that Trump has done for the white race. And we talked about that DC right now, I live right beside, is a racetrack. 2 days of racing, donuts in front of the Capitol building, all because of Donald Trump, UFC at the White House. So is your objective ending the victimization of white people, or is your objective harming Jews? Let us know. Tag me as @NoWhiteGuilt, no spaces, nothing touching it. Because you reveal yourself if you object to Trump and all that his administration is doing for the white race. All the benefit that's accruing to the white race in America. If you say that he's a clown, he's an anti-white, you're a cuck if you follow him or endorse him in all of those efforts, then you're demonstrating that your objective is not the well-being of white people, but harming Jews. And that's not what we do here, because our focus is on the well-being of white people. Don't give a shit about you. I don't talk about Jews. I don't want to hear. I went from you cuck losers out there talking about Jews and blacks 24/7, how I have to care about them, how I have to care about what they're thinking, how I need to do more for them. I had enough of that. I left that cuck universe into this white resentment sphere bullshit where all they do is talk about blacks and Jews. So I went from endlessly talking about blacks and Jews to endlessly talking about blacks and Jews. Fuck off. Oh, okay. Rem is saying that he's calling out where Trump has been anti-white. 100%. 100%. That's what, absolutely. Every time Trump has been anti-white, 100% agree. Trump called for paying blacks the platinum plan, radically anti-white. Despicable thing, 100%. That's where we differ from all of these other communities. We don't we don't have an our guy and then all that, whatever that guy does is good, or we're going to apologetic it. We're going to defend it in some way. No, all that matters to us is the well-being of white people. Everywhere that Trump has done something good for white people, we celebrate him to the moon and beyond. Everywhere that he's done something anti-white, as Rem is saying, we absolutely castigate him to ever-living hell for the anti-whiteism. That's how the white race has to act. And by the way, I explained this years ago, and I don't know, maybe Rem is aware of this, that it's the only way that we can keep our content creators, organization leaders in check and make sure that they haven't been bought out or pressed into service or like they were frauds from the beginning. Because if somebody shows up and they act like they're for the well-being of white people, but everything they do is like for the ill-being of Jews, for example, or for, in some way, they're diverting Tommy Robin-esque style to the service of some other group, then the only thing we can do to compete with the money and the people and the agents behind the scenes is to call them out on it being anti-white and to say it's an absolute deviation. We will embrace all white positivity, all white positive outcomes, and we reject all anti-white outcomes, all anti-whiteism. 100%. Beyond Ether is here. Hello. If you're white, learn to fight, says Samuski. We have some coffee. Eva is here. Hello and welcome. The cool Papa J Magic is with us. The cool Papa J. Fornall is here, ladies and gentlemen. The great Fornall noticed the changes I made on my banner and my avatar. You gotta love this guy. He reached out and he's like, hey, that's cool, man, what you did. God bless you, brother. Let me look for tags here. Celine says, I wonder if the swimmer was non-white. For Riley Gaines, she would react the same way as the white man swimmer. Probably not. Well, she wouldn't have been as acerbic, and she wouldn't have been using his name. Since it was a white male, then it was. If it had been a non-white, she'd have just been referring to guys in general. Yes. All right, what else do we have? And it's another thing that white females will do. They'll say things like, oh, well, white guys, they need to, they're not acting like forward enough with us. They're not acting aggressive enough. But the reality is they have an anti-white standard. They will not tolerate the behavior from white guys that they will tolerate from non-white guys. So a non-white guy can walk up to a white female and say, oh, you want to, and she'll go, oh, that's funny. If a white guy goes up and says that, he's a disgusting, repulsive pig, get away from me, starts screaming rape. I mean, it's a completely different, so it's another female lie. It is another female lie. I want white women to have the experience of being loved and protected that white women were able to have for countless generations under the authority and protection and love of men of the West. I want them to experience that. We're not going to get there with white women telling us, you need to serve us and then we will submit. You need to serve us and then. There is no that. There is none of that. None of that. All of these excuses. Another excuse. Oh, well, the reason they're having sex with and reproducing with non-white guys is because the non-white guys are more aggressive in the dating environment. Horseshit. The white females immediately call the police. Immediately call beta white males or omega white males to show up and beat up the white guy who showed up and acted aggressively. Now, of course, all of that, I'm talking about the 90% of guys that don't have the top 10% of prettiest faces, because they can go up and say anything they want to a white female and she'll just chuckle her ass off. She'll think it's hilarious. Eagle Heart says he despises James Lindsay. I do too. Such a pathetic, fat cuck. I'm going to pass out flyers promoting you in my area, says Lambda. Thank you so much, brother. Yeah, follow the laws. Absolutely. We are law-abiding. 777, anti-whiteism 777 is here. Brian is here. Hello, hello. All right. Well, I'm going to rock your brains. Are you ready to have your brains rocked? We talk here in Service to White Wellbeing about the difference between the subconscious mind and the conscious mind. And we make the extraordinary claim for which we provide instantaneous extraordinary evidence that your subconscious mind cannot tell the difference between reality and fiction. This is indeed a fact, and we've gone over this many times. Why is that a challenge? Because that's where the psychological warfare will take place. That's where the white race was defeated, in large part, as a consequence of the giant hole created by our selfish individualism. which we're going to have to address, which the Go Free dialogic does address. It's a problem that the subconscious mind perceives fiction as reality because we live 95+% of our lives with the subconscious mind. We're not consciously thinking. A lot of people out there think we are. That's the hubris of the conscious mind, because you can, at any moment, use the conscious mind to take over. So therefore, I must be in control rather than this programmed subconscious mind. But the reality is that the programmed subconscious mind is reliving the vast majority of your life, 95+%. And I think for some people, it is up to 99-point-some%. It is all subconscious. They do very little thinking. I know that you have talked to such people. Maybe you work with some. Maybe you have some as relatives. Maybe you have some as neighbors. I know you talk to them. They do very little thinking on their own. Very little bit of what's happening behind their eyes is conscious. It's just rote. It's just the software that's running. By the way, you want to know another interesting piece, and this is just a little additional, free of charge, little additional insight. Do you want to know why time speeds up when you get older? You remember when you were young and time was very slow. Waiting for Christmas might have well have been like 7 centuries. You remember that? Why is that? Because nothing is recorded in the subconscious mind to be done automatically, to be figured out automatically, to be interpreted automatically. As a consequence, the slow and unwieldy conscious mind has to engage with everything in the world, stretching, protracting every little thing, as the conscious mind has to be involved. But as you age, more and more is recorded. More and more is automatically computed so that you don't even have to think about it. As a result, everything is truncated. Everything is shrunk. When you see the bee fly by in the backyard, you don't even notice it. The subconscious mind notices it, and it immediately computes it's a bee. It's called a bee. Maybe even you know the type of bee. You know that it will sting or not sting. You don't think about it at all. You go about with your barbecue. You're not marveled by the bee. You don't find it fascinating. You don't want to pursue it. You don't want to know where it came from. You know these things. They're where? In the subconscious mind, where it's recorded. And things go faster and faster as a consequence. You are welcome. More evidence that we are dominated by the subconscious mind. So some of us, 99-point-some% of our lives lived there. Once you get past those periods of recordation, and this is also important to include in the understanding, is to what degree said individual exhibits a prowess or lack thereof for memory. The less memory, the sooner everything is transferred to the subconscious mind. The more memory, the longer it takes. The longer of childhood it takes. And yet we all get there. We all get to the point where 95+% of our lives are being lived through the subconscious mind, and things are flashing by us. Have you thought about it? It's already August. Wasn't it just January? Weren't we just coming into this year? It was a blink away. And the reason it was a blink away is because of all that we have already assembled and acclimated, and therefore have no need to think about. It's amazing, isn't it? I've been right forever. I've been right forever. And thank God you're here, the apostles of the new white race, the Promethean white race, so that we can recapture our destiny and put an end to this victimization. So, when we watch entertainment, what's happening? The subconscious mind is perceiving it as reality. So we've talked about this before. When you're with the black in the movie, hiding in his or her closet because they're so persecuted, so wrong, so wrongly put upon, so long suffering, and the tears stream down their face, you are experiencing that as reality. And people say to me, Jason, it can't be true because I know it's fiction. And I point out, you're feeling empathy right now. You feel sick for that person. You may even be beginning to tear up yourself for their victimization. If you know it's fiction, why is that happening? Me interrupting you in the midst of this moment you're having with the black person being victimized in Western civilization, hiding in their closet because of the victimization, me interrupting that annoys you. Why would it annoy you? It's not a fucking special moment. It's not an actual human being that is crying in front of us because of actual injuries. Why is it annoying? You find it annoying because it is real for you. This tiny sliver of your mind can say it's not, but the rest of it says it is real. And you are interrupting this victim. So you ready to feel a little click? Are you ready to feel the click, the physical sensation? I mean, if you're drunk, you're not going to feel it, I guess. Maybe if you're a particularly stolid kind of a person, you're not gonna feel it, maybe. But are you ready to feel the click? The physical sensation of going from subconscious to conscious. Are you ready to, because there's a great example, and I've talked about it over the years since these people were making these kind of videos. And I thought, wow, with this going on, with this Lindsay Clancy stuff, what a great opportunity to demonstrate the subconscious and conscious mind. Why don't we do it? These women are here in this example, siding with Lindsay, Me Too Lindsay, or whatever they're saying, by taking a bowl of ice cubes and throwing them screaming into the shower. Let's have a look at that. Experience this video. You ready for the click over? I think this might be, it might be another ice throwing video, but if it's not, you're going to have the physical click. Let's get ready. Nope, it's another. Okay, watch this one. This one poured hot wax on her child and set a pan on fire in the kitchen to side with Lindsay Clancy. She's screaming, the music is playing. Let's go back to this one really quickly. Really want you to feel this. Just watch this. Just watch this. You ready to feel the physical click? How does that feel? A moment ago, you were watching this video and you were enthralled emotionally in a sincere moment, 95+% of your consciousness. In a sincere moment, you were magically transported to a bathroom where a woman in deep anguish and pain and anger and sadness and confusion had a bowl of ice, and she was ragingly throwing this ice into, you felt these emotions inside of you, throwing this ice into the shower to express this rage. She set up cameras and lights to videotape all that moments before. Do you feel the physical switch? Let's see if you feel it when we do it like this. Did you feel it that time? It's a fascinating little parlor game you can play. Watch the video of the rage, the tears, the confusion, and turn your inner eye on yourself and see what's going through you. You'll have noticed that there were genuine emotions, genuine angst, genuine feelings and thoughts going through your mind about the crying, about the throwing of the ice. And then when you get to see an image, this one of course created with AI to show this woman, I would argue that she probably is not using just a phone. She probably has a real camera that she set up, and probably not just one light, but several that she set up ahead of time. If you are sentient at all, there would have been a moment you would have felt it like, wait a second, I'm just clicked out of this very real living moment that I was experiencing with this person. Even though I didn't want to experience it, I disagree with what this woman is angry over, confused over, angry over. I think it's dumb. I think it's destructive. I think it's obnoxious. I think it's all of these things. But I suddenly realized, holy shit, I was there with her. I was living that moment as though it was real. And then, bam, I see the image of the studio lights and the video cameras. And I realize they had to set the shot up first. They had to position the lights. I now consciously realize that there was a whole production. I'm now thinking about the actual production. And that is a stark contrast to what my brain, to what I was just feeling 5 seconds earlier. We could really make a powerful, perhaps using AI, we could really make powerful video or videos of these tender moments where white or non-white people are suffering and crying. And I mean, really make it painful. Maybe they're having flashbacks of white people being cruel to them, wicked to them, like legitimately looking racist, quote unquote, to them. And it's deep tears and it's deep suffering and it's deep, etc. for them. A particular moment, even, of racism, where a boss says, the non-white person is applying for a job and the boss says, I'm not giving you the job, the white boss, because you're black. You're a Jew. You're not getting the job. And then the person is sitting there and tears start coming down their face. But I want to try. I've worked so hard. I don't care how hard you've worked. And then with the background music to give it that emotional color and everything. Evil white race, victimized non-white race, drawing that audience in. And then a director says, cut! And the camera pans back. And the black actor or Jewish actor wipes off the tears, says to the boss, that was a great job. Boss says, I can't believe they pay us. I enjoy acting so much. People walk in, they maybe hand the actors coffees or something to drink. Really give that moment to the audience that bam! Have them feel the same transition. The psychological warfare takes place in that world that the subconscious mind cannot differentiate reality from fiction. That's where we lost the fight for our well-being. That's what Go Free and this strategy, this dialogic, gives us the tools to take back, to defeat. So what a moment that is. What a moment that is. To see these females and to be drawn in, especially with the one throwing the ice cubes. And to realize she set up a video camera, video studio lights, aligned the shot, got in place, took some video, looked at the video, wasn't quite in the right place. Looked at the video, said, I don't want to be wearing these pants. I'll change these pants out. Fascinating. Well, I guess it's fascinating if you have the intelligence to perceive it. Not terribly fascinating for the dullards out there. But there's nothing we can do for them. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come right back and celebrate our victories. We have the UK saying that, yeah, all the anti-white terrorists, they rape. We'll talk about that. We've got so much more to cover, and we'll be right back.
Baby, don't leave my side tonight. Stay locked in when the drops hit right. This anti-white world keeps coming for me. I need you close so I can still breathe. I need your protection. I need a good direction. White well-being is the connection. Hold me tight through the heavy sound. Don't leave my side. Don't let me down. Try to drag me under. Every solo step leaves my world in thunder. But when you're here, I can still stand tall. You're the only one who catches my fall. I need your protection. I need a good direction. White well-being is the connection. Grip me close and never let go. Don't leave my side. You're all I When the pressure builds and the bass rolls deep, you're the steady force that helps me keep. The only one who never walks away. The only place I want to stay. Baby, don't leave my side tonight. Ride the drop with me through the fight. In this anti-white world so cold and bleak, you're the only one who makes me complete. I need your protection. I need a good direction. White well-being is the connection. Swear you'll stay right here with me. Don't leave my side. Set my heart free.
Let's get into the celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Super white. You should be able to hear the crowd cheering, big salutes, crepitant emojis, ladies and gentlemen. Crepitating emojis. Let's get into the celebration right away for our victories. We have, this is Ancestral Wolf on Facebook. Ladies and gentlemen, 185 souls collected for redemption. Let's hear it for Ancestral Wolf. Well done, my brother. Well done. Let's keep it going. Oh, we got this coming up. We have AngloSaxonNWG on Facebook. And he had one hell of a freaking week. 123 here. Give it up. The crowd is super quiet, but should be able to hear the crowd a little better now. Keep it going for AngloSaxonNWG. AngloSaxonNWG, 280 more to this General of Generals of the House of Swash, Big 07 salute. Show him the love. AngloSaxonNWG. AngloSaxonNWG on Facebook again. 173 more on this post right here. Goes to the credit of AngloSaxonNWG. Keep it going. 161 more to his credit. The scoreboard is lighting up, ladies and gentlemen. It's on fire. It's on fire. Anglo-Saxon had a hell of a week. He's still going here. 98 more on Facebook as well, to the credit of AngloSaxonNWG. What a powerful meme this is. Well done, meme makers. Show the love to the meme makers. Keep it going, AngloSaxonNWG on Facebook. 369 more with this totally colossally epic meme. Show the love to this champion, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is again, another powerful meme. AngloSaxonNWG on Facebook. 372 more giving likes to this. The redemption spreads. Ladies and gentlemen, the practice to the practice. AngloSaxonNWG on Facebook, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have more of the comment that he wrote there. Get back there and read it all. AngloSaxonNWG on Instagram. 8,345 exposed to the Go Free Dialogic and liberated, ladies and gentlemen. 35 replies. Show this man some serious. What a general. What a freaking general. And that song, by the way, was also the one we just listened to, AngloSaxonNWG. Give it up for this guy. There better be nobody on the floor. Everybody better be standing on the tables or chairs for AngloSaxonNWG. He's back again on Instagram. 2,000, so 3,000 there. 18 more here. Give it up for the champion. He cannot be stopped. 1,000, so 2,000 more on this one, also on Instagram. Show the man some. Holy God, what a hero. How tall will this man's statue be? How tall? 668 more on Instagram. As this guy cannot be stopped. It's no longer Haley's comment. It's now AngloSaxonNWG's comment. He is back again. 1,000 more here. Another 118 here. All this on Instagram as well. How many more souls? 610 more souls. And he got a like from the content creator. Him or hers or both selves. Give it up for AngloSaxonNWG. This time on Raging Europeans. 6,000 more on Instagram. My God, this is a one-man saving the white race machine. Holy shit.
Even the fame.
Keep it. We got this coming up. Oh my God, Connor had a week like you would now. Connor is back. Connor is back in the house of Swash, ladies and gentlemen. Connor's in the house of Swash. 2,000 here that he has empowered, and this is on Rista something or other. I can't read it from here. Marinetti. Give it up for Connor. Get ready. This guy had a week like you won't believe. Here he is on Marty O'Donnell with 1,635 more. He has come out of the wilderness. We heard that trumpet for the American cavalry, you know that, and Connor burst through this forest, collecting 1,635 souls that he has saved. Here, 1,739 more goes to the credit of Connor. In the audience of Rob Henderson. Give it up for the great Connor, ladies and gentlemen. Beautifully using white positive and anti-whiteism. What a hero this was. My freaking God, 2,557 more. In the audience of, I think that says, the Rabbit Hole. Connor is detonating the world with his victories, detonating it with love. For Western Kind, big salutes, quadruple 07s. Get the man some crepitating emojis. 1,045 more. I'm telling you, the cavalry has arrived. This is in the audience of Anthony Cumia. Big salutes to the hero, Connor, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it going. The Cool, the Papa, the J, the Magic. He is in the fight. He is deep in the trenches. 400 likes to the Cool Papa J Magic in the audience of Logic IQ. Cool Papa J Magic in the audience of Cameron JC. 125 more souls saved by the Cool Papa J the Magic. He's back again. 336 more saved in the audience of Frojax. And apparently one of them, I don't know which is which. I think the one on the left there this past week used, what did he use? Western Kind and maybe White Erasure. So salutes to him for that as well. Give it up. The Cool, the Papa, the J, the Magic is making it happen. House of Swash, 268 more goes to the credit of the Cool Papa J Magic in the audience of Salty Cracker. Show the love. Cool Papa J Magic, 152 plus 89 more exposed to the lexicon of Go Free. Crepitating emojis to this champion in the audience of Think Before You Sleep, I think is what it says. Give it up for this hero. Back again, 500 more empowered in that same Think Before You Sleep content. Goes to the credit of the Cool Papa J Magic. Redemption rides from the House of Swash. Give it up for the Tree Godfather, ladies and gentlemen. You'll have to read this on your own. And there are other back and forths, but I didn't want to share because it would reveal some of the other people on Facebook. This is David Hitch. He is a nationally known columnist that the Tree Godfather had it out with this guy. David Hitch is a conservative, and the Tree Godfather dunked on him. Powerfully dunked on him. Crushed the conservative arguments. Give it up for the great and only Tree Godfather. Let's keep it. We got this coming up. We got James, ladies and gentlemen, solo activist. 200. He liberated here, and I got to tell you, this guy is everywhere. He's on IG with these. You get to see. Is that our very own Dallas down here in support? Big salutes. Big salutes. James is a true champion. I see he's always active. Solo act. Give it up for the solo activists out there, ladies and gentlemen. James is one of the absolute best. We got this coming up. We got this coming up. Oh, we got that coming up. This is From the Wild on Facebook. Look at this, our epic, powerful meme. The practice to the praxis and back to the practice, ladies and gentlemen, From the Wild. Let's give it up for Pro USA Memes using one of our memes, nowhiteguilt.org. I love it. Totally epic. From the Wild on Facebook as well. America loving patriots. Those are people we need to reach. 48 more added to the list of saved, of redeemed. Another From the Wild, Joseph Armstrong, 4,000 plus. 4,000 plus introduced to the lexicon. Let's give it up to Joseph. This is the praxis, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we engender. We did that right there with our hard work. And I want you to get out your celebrations for West Franklin, AngloSaxonNWG, and everybody helping them to collect every single week a portion of our victories so that we continue now for many, many, many years identifying and sharing the receipts, making them available to demonstrate we are the engine behind all of this change on planet Earth. Let's give it up for these folks and all of the other work that they do. You know, for example, the Great Franklinator. He does the timestamps, critically important. He grabs these videos and sends them to me. Critically important. Celebrate. Big Promethean salutes to these champions. Let's also celebrate for heading on over to the Donald Trump Jr. streams this week, which is how we got Donald Trump Sr. to say anti-white. Let's give a big thank you to the Robert, the AngloSaxonNWG, the diplomat for Western kind, the Franklin Biospirit of the West, the OT leader, and the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, you know him well, the Ivan Huggaboy. Give them love. That's how we put these words into the mouth of Donald Trump himself. His son, number one son, hearing it regularly from these heroes. God bless you, gentlemen and ladies of the West. God bless you. Let's celebrate the Tree Godfather making epic clips in service to white well-being, including clips of these here victory segments to share on X and elsewhere to spread the reality, the truth of the receipts that we are the agents changing the world. Give it up for the Tree Godfather. Keep it going. Tree Godfather making epic memes. Give it up for every one of our meme mavens, and we'll get all their names together to celebrate each and every one of these meme mavens. God bless these champions, because the memes, the music, these clips are the way that we get around the deboosting, we get around the censorship, we get around the naysaying and the slander from the anti-non-white community and the cucks out there. Give it up for all of these champions. Crepitating emojis, please. Let's keep it going for AngloSaxonNWG, an extraordinary man whose statue is going to touch the clouds. AngloSaxonNWG making epic clips as well this week. Dallas Malloy making epic clips this week as well. Crepitating emojis for these champions. Keep it going. Let's keep it going for Dallas Malloy again. She had an IRL victory. Yet again, another IRL victory using the lexicon. I don't know if it was a client, a friend, or who it was that she has been using the lexicon in front of swashing on. It came back to her with examples of anti-whiteism and called out the anti-whiteism to Dallas. Isn't this anti-white? Dallas says yes. Big victory, IRL, to the credit of Dallas Malloy. And we want to hear your stories of success, ladies and gentlemen. We have Free Thinkers victory recently. We have Smash's victory recently. We want you to get these stories to us so that we can share them. Get it to, as the crowd takes a breath, get the stories to Rochelle for the next issue of The Westman. Ladies and gentlemen, we want your testimonies. Do not let your testimonial just be spoken into the ether. Dallas Malloy had a glorious, celebrate Dallas as well for her testimonial she shared just the other day on West Coast Shade, talking about testimonials. She needs to get that testimonial to Cindy Ben. You need to get your testimonial to Cindy Ben. Dallas and everybody else who has had victories recently need to get your testimonials to Cindy Ben and to Rochelle for the next edition of Westman Magazine, ladies and gentlemen. Dallas Malloy sharing that she came from an anti-white place. She had been infected and made anti-white by the anti-white narrative, and she bravely shared how she had become anti-white and was an anti-white person, and she held anti-white ideas so different from so many people who come into this community and who say, oh no, I was just a leftist, I was just a progressive, I wasn't really anti-white. If you were on the left to any degree, you were hardcore anti-white. And if you were on the right within the anti-white narrative, you were also anti-white. Welcome to reality. You're a human being. You were anti-white. Being able, as Joe said, to mention that you were weak can make you strong. To mention that you were befuddled by anti-whiteism and the psychological warfare, enables you to go clear of all of this, to go free of it, to have a clear mind, a lucid mind. Let's celebrate the victories. Let's keep it going for Diplomat of Western Kind. Another victory, IRL. Ladies and gentlemen, Diplomat of Western Kind. I believe it was on West Coast Shade, but it was on one of our spaces this week. He shared that he got into a conversation with an anti-white Indian girl at a business where it might have been a winery. He used the lexicon, and he got the anti-white girl saying, your people should love themselves. They should look out for themselves. Big salutes to Diplomat of what? Holy God, what a victory. To take a non-white, anti-white, and to have them agreeing with him because he's using the lexicon. You can't have a bigger and better victory. Spectacular fireworks in the sky, motorcycles launching off of ramps, bald eagle flying overhead, glory. Give it up for Diplomat of Western Kind, ladies and gentlemen. Truly epic, epically well done. I want to thank everybody, starting with the great Cindy Ben, ladies and gentlemen, writes the news pieces that you hear on radio, White Well-Being. The great Cindy Ben, show the ladies some love. She is constantly on her blog. You can find her blog in the description on YouTube. Constantly at work, beautifully written pieces on her platform. I want you to get over there. I want you to follow her. I want you to read the work that she is doing magnificently. Let's celebrate her today for the news blurbs that she writes and talk about everyone here working together in this community out of love for Western Kind and a desire to end our victimization. Dallas Malloy, celebrate her coming in and reading the scripts written by the great Cindy Ben, and then the great AngloSaxonNWG taking these recordings and posting them to Radio White Well-Being. Nothing but love and celebration. Oh, sevens to all of these champions. Holy God, ladies and gentlemen, it just doesn't end. I want you to celebrate. We're going to be getting into our victories on X now, but celebrate the great Dan. You can find him. This is Dan Down Under. Down Under Dan, ladies and gentlemen. Down Under Dan. He makes a YouTube video of every single one of our Shade Tree and Rebel Roundtable spaces. You can find him at @Dan, DANW712 on YouTube. I want you following him. I want you watching those spaces when you get a chance. I want you sharing them. Fantastic information is shared. Let's give it up for Down Under Dan. Big love to this hero. Let's keep it going. What a freaking week we've had. Look at this. Stop anti-Whiteism highlighting Douglas freaking McGregor, former U.S. Army officer. We got to celebrate this. Veteran author and senior Pentagon advisor. Literally has to be watching us here. You listen to what he has to say.
Army and his movement is fundamentally anti-white. It's not just communism. Hell, most people don't even know what the damn word means, Doug. You know that. Yes, of course. They can't distinguish Marxism from socialism, whatever. And
let me say again, senior advisor to the Pentagon.
We don't need to waste time on that topic because it won't make any difference.
The white race will be a people again. This is beyond amazing. Let's give it up for this community and the swashing. Give it up for Douglas McGregor. Show this man some serious love when you see him online. Big swashing on this champion. And to stop anti-Whiteism for making this clip. Well done, brother. The Tree Godfather comes in 4,000. Tree Godfather had a huge week this week. My Lord. I swear, Tree Godfather just came back from I don't know where. But he has, he's lit the fires and kicked the tires. He's ready to roll. 4,000 empowered in the audience of Jared Taylor. So otherwise a completely ineffective guy and strategy empowered by Tree Godfather. Show him the love. Tree Godfather back again. 2,607 souls saved in the audience of National Conservative. Goes to the credit of the Tree Godfather of the House of Swash. We know who's getting the statues. Tree Godfather back again. 3,800 818 more souls saved to the credit of Tree Godfather in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Even Steve Saylor getting it. Look at this. Give it up for ye old European getting in swashing. We are everywhere. And the reason why we got Steve Saylor coming in at 30,000 exposed to anti-white hate. Give it up for Steve Saylor and give it up for ye old European, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. What a general of the House of Swat. Another statue in the making. How tall are you going to make your statue, ladies and gentlemen of the West? Men and women of the West. It's up to you. The golden one even got in on it. Diplomat for Western Kind is in there swashing, making sure he does. Look at what the golden one writes. He says specifically the European biospirit. So that's our biospirit, the white, the Promethean biospirit. Give it up for the golden one in his original post. Let's keep it going. Tree Godfather back again. He said, I know I was kicking ass when we got started over here, but I ain't finished. 2,000 more souls redeemed to go free by the Tree Godfather this week in the audience of Vincent James. Biospirit of the West, the OT leader himself, coming in at working on 6,000 souls redeemed in the audience of Basil the Great. Just this week, and in that audience, Biospirit of the West, OT leader, 1,747 more souls redeemed, also in the audience of Basil the Great. Diplomat for Western Kind, 1,144 in this epically and beautifully written piece. In response, and in the audience under here of Dylan Esper, give it up for the great Diplomat of Western Kind, exposing people to the dialogical power of Go Free is everything. Biospirit of the West, OT leader, showing how it's done. 2,106 more beautiful meme, powerful meme in the audience of Basil the Great. Biospirit of the West is the OT leader. Ladies and gentlemen, follow his lead into battle. Here we have Tree Godfather, 4,000 plus more souls redeemed by the Godfather of all trees. In the audience of I Am Yes, give it up for the Tree Godfather. What a week. Craig is on the board. In fact, he's sitting on top of the board with 3,400 empowered this week in his one post here using anti-whites. In the audience of Elijah Schaefer, give it up for Craig the Man, demonstrating, ladies and gentlemen, how to be a man. Crepitating emojis for Biospirit of the West. 4,000 more to his count this week in the audience of National Conservative. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. He's back again with 7,353 more souls redeemed, exposed to go free, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience of Inevitable West. Give it up for your OT leader, the one and only Biospirit of the West. Keep it going, because we're going back to the trees. The Tree Godfather, 2,588 souls he has redeemed in the audience of Melissa. Well done, Tree Godfather. Biospirit of the West. These two are just hitting you back and forth like left, right, left, right, left, right. They're coming on. Biospirit of the West, 1,000, 2,000 more here. Powerful meme, powerful gripping meme right here by the leader of the OT in the audience of Unlimited Else. Does somebody hear the bugle? I might hear the bugle coming up here shortly. Biospirit of the West says 11,000.3 more powerful memeage usage here in the audience of Lives of TikTok. That is, I said, 11.3 thousand exposed to the lexical dialectical armory of Go Free by the Biospirit of the West. I knew I heard a bugle. Connor for Western Kind. The cavalry is here. 3,742 more to his credit in the audience of Lee Grader. Give it up for Connor, ladies and gentlemen, but he's not done. He said, I'm going to chalk up another 3,216 exposed to the lexical dialectical power of Go Free. The great Connor using anti-whiteism here in the audience of Tommy Robinson. It never ends, though, because when the cavalry shows up, the cavalry sweeps the field. Another 1,000 he's working on in the audience of Melanie Phillips. Give it up for Connor, continuing to crush the crowd. 1,661 more that he has gathered in love to his breast with the usage here of anti-whiteism. He's pointing out it hasn't gone anywhere. In the audience of the Irish Times, well done, my brother Connor. Though, my lord, the field is afire with this champion's mastery of the lexicon. 6,680 more empowered. And give it up for white well-being, who is in support here. Look at that. What a champion. Give it up for white well-being as well. This in the audience, Connor of Europa.com. Nearly 7,000 more souls. The man had a week. Did I tell you what? Did I tell you the bugle for the cavalry was playing? But Biospirit said he's still on the field and he's not yielding an inch of it to the enemy. 2,145 more he exposed to the lexicon just this week in the audience of Wall Street Apes. Give it up for the OT leader himself. Oh my God, Gene Hook, 15.3 thousand exposed by Gene in the audience of Elon Musk. And Gene, ladies and gentlemen, is the praxis. It's from the wild. Let's give it up for this lady in the wild because of the work that we do here. The practice to the praxis, changing how our victimization is discussed. Ladies and gentlemen, step right up to another amazing feat of AngloSaxonNWG here on X. 6,457 more. He's on Facebook. He's on IG. He's making music. He is on X. He is everywhere. This 6,457 is in the audience of Radio Genoa. The OT leader back again. 5,727 more exposed to the lexicon just this week in the audience of Elon Musk. These are the receipts from the wild. Bobby Wildcard. Look at, there's Celebrate Robert as well. Swashing in support. Tree Godfather swashing in support. This is how it happens. This is how we make it happen. From the wild, go for your God to aligning with the archetype of Western kind. He says is excellent. It changed the way that he looks at entertainment. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Let's hear it for Bobby Wildcard. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. You got to love it. And it was in the audience of Lazy B. God bless you, Bobby. As the audience has to take another breath from their raucous emojis. Anglo-Saxon said, but I'm not done on X this week. 2,000 more exposed. Mike, we get these testimonials, get these receipts out to the world so they can know the white race we can call the absolute best to service of white well-being. 2,000 more in the audience of Radio Genoa to the credit of AngloSaxonNWG. Tree Godfather, 2,115 more points on the board just this week. My freaking Lord. In the audience of Matt Walsh. Defend Europa from the wild. This is what we like to see, an original post with nearly 350. Seeing this and being empowered. The praxis is alive, it's living, and it's breathing. It is our creation. Janitor of White Noir said, I'm on the board this week, coach, with 3,158 victories. Going to the credit of Janitor of White Noir with this epic meme usage here, this GIF. Show the man some love. In the audience of Basil the Great, Biospirit of the West, nearly 8,000 more with this beautiful meme that we just saw Tree Godfather using it. It's Tree Godfather's family. Ladies and gentlemen, love the meme, love the lives redeemed. Nearly 8,000 in the audience of Carlos that notices things. Let's hear it for Biospirit. And finally, another one to the credit of our OT leader, 4,333, my jersey number, I love it. Big salutes to the great Biospirit of the West, and in the audience of someone who is too afraid to allow me to see what they share. Let's get this going, ladies and gentlemen. This is Congresswoman Ana Paulina Luna. I told you we'd celebrate her last week. I finally got the clip together. I didn't do a great job, but it got done nonetheless. Let's hear it for Ana Paulina Luna.
But I want to be really clear for people tuning in. The Democrat Party has indeed been hijacked by these radical leftists. And just to put it in perspective, Kaylee, the candidates that they're nominating, for example, in New Jersey, testified in the case of a 9/11 in favor of the guy that was tied to the 9/11 attacks. You have candidates that they're nominating in San Francisco that lowered penalties for people that committed crimes against children. And then you have candidates in New York City that are getting the Democrat nominee that literally are anti-white and using anti-white rhetoric. So in my opinion, they are still running on racism. They hate this country. That is the entire crux of their platform, and that's exactly why in the midterms, don't sit it out. You have a choice. Do you want the Republican? Look, some of these statements made by these individuals, they're going to have to answer for, and it's interesting because I'm already hearing Democrats that are more moderate in the chamber saying when they get here, we're going to ask maybe based on some of their postings, et cetera, for them not to have committee assignments. I want to be really clear about something. The entire platform of the DSA has been, to be clear, racist. You are seeing them put out literally anti-white rhetoric. They are aligning with podcasters that are saying that they want to eliminate the white race. Look, Haley, I'm half white, I'm half Hispanic. I'm not going to hate my white side. And if you are blaming any race, not just white people, but any race for your failures in life, and that's not some brilliant perspective or ideology, that makes you ignorant and not smart.
Listen to that, ladies and gentlemen. She says she's half white, so she will stand against the discrimination, persecution, exploitation, victimization of the white race. What have I told you? Ana Paulina Luna and all of the other white and non-white, half-white, whatever they are, will be able to speak out against our victimization on the basis of our birth. None of them were ever going to speak out against Jews, against blacks. It has always been our victory in service to white well-being by way of Go Free, and we are demonstrating it here. Ana Paulina Luna is demonstrating it. She will be able to take and use anti-whiteism and white erasure and so much more, and she will do it with passion and verve and panache, and we will celebrate every single moment of it. Big salutes. Ladies and gentlemen, many tens of thousands have watched this very video when it was live on Fox and in replay. Let's keep it going. We now have AT2 10,000 views.
With the KKK and white supremacy and stuff like that, they're not killing nobody. They're not out here burning down schools, churches, homes. Like, that's a completely separate thing. It's kind of like when I hear people say, oh, you're a black supremacist. Like, if you talk about black positivity or black things, like, oh, you're a black supremacist and you don't like white people. And it's almost like she's caping for them because she even used...
I'm sorry, black positivity?
Use her white supremacist MAGA talking point when she was all like, yeah, in Chicago they killing. No, talk about Florida where you live. They kill people. There's gangs. There's black people who kill black people in Florida too. Just like I would bring up a situation in Oakland where I live. Like
you are putting, I am putting, the House of Swash is putting, our solo activists are putting the world into our white positive story, ladies and gentlemen. And we're doing it with nothing but our effort, our love, and our genius. No money here because the white race is too selfishly individualistic, sub-white goblin-esque losers. We are doing this. Big salutes. We have Jimmy Talks with 20,000 views.
People are absolutely despicable and can be included in the hordes of invaders, like from the book, The Camp of the Saints. It isn't just stupidity that drives these white libtards that hate themselves. It is a profound act of malice against their own kind. You are not dealing with just simply misguided people. You are dealing with radical leftists. These are militant, subverted classes of domestic enemies. They're just a different kind. These are the people pushing for the total erasure of their own people.
The erasure, white erasure, ladies and gentlemen. We are making that happen. Just everywhere where they're using this replacement and all of that garbage, we are pressing them out of the conversation because this is our story. White erasure is our story. Big serious salutes here. We have 27,800 views on this Incrediberry video.
To talk about black on black crime.
Huh? Why didn't she talk about the lack of fathers in black households? No, she said what she said to push her anti-white narrative and indoctrinate little white kids into being ashamed of being white. Well, Nolan Wales didn't commit a crime, and he had a father, so...
I love that. So many times I have been told, you have probably been told, that no one would ever say anti-white narrative. No idea who this champion is. He just used it. This is the world that we are bringing into our white positive story. And 27,800 people were exposed to the lexicon right there. Now we have 35,000 people exposed in this video between Jillian Michaels and the loser James Lindsay.
So many different claims that people make about Trump, and he's fascistic, he's this, he's a racist, he's that, you know, the Russia hoax, all of those things. And they all turned out to be false. And even very recently when I watched J.D. Vance go on The View, and all the hens on The View began cackling at him simultaneously about how racist Trump was and what a racist administration. And they said that they were erasing black history from schools and museums. I already did the museum one on CNN. I was like, let me do the school one. You know, what's the thing with school? And I read the entire executive order. I read it on a podcast.
The concepts determine the story you're in. The story you're in determines how you're viewed, how you're treated, if you're victimized, if you are lauded. Everything comes down to the concepts. We are changing the concepts that the world uses. And finally, we have 86,000 views on this video with Antonio Talks.
About black erasure. Now, in the past couple of weeks, man, I've been talking about interracial dating more.
Black erasure, yes.
And a lot of people get offended when I say this, but I'm not a fan of interracial dating. Black love is so powerful, and it may not seem that way, but it truly is. Two black people choosing to love each other, build with each other, and embrace each other is a powerful, revolutionary act, especially in 2026. It may not sound that way, but it really is, and honestly, it's the bare minimum. Now, I feel like there has been a push of interracial dating in movies, TV shows, commercials, and all of this gets into my theory about black erasure. Now, it may sound
black
crazy,
erasure,
it might sound all eugenic, but hey, this has been done before.
I love it, ladies and gentlemen. Crepitant emojis for all of our victories. House of Swash, members of the OT, and solo activists alike. The world is changing because of our work, because of our genius. God bless you all. We'll be right back.
He is known as the true Westman because of his incredible intellect, and he mogs all 8 billion people on Earth.
Anti-white black supremacist Joy Reid was on the news today.
When will anti-whites be held accountable?
All left-leaning political views, all wokeism is rooted in anti-whiteism.
And it's anti-whiteism derived from white guilt,
But don't fucking tell me that there isn't an anti-white narrative going on in society, because there is, and there has been since the day I was fucking born.
What I would say is that's anti-whiteism. The same way you got Islamophobia or racism, that's anti-whiteism.
This is the essence of anti-white hatred, and that's what it is. And we're gonna stop using the word racist.
White people are finally waking up and not afraid to call out anti-whiteism.
You should reframe it so that they're being accused of anti-whiteism, and they're the villain. Exactly.
Well, you probably buy into the whole white erasure thing.
Yeah, but also Minnesota Catholic school shooting, left wing, the anti-white Charlotte in North Carolina stabbing.
Anti-white racism is still racism. And guess who's...
I don't like that line. It's called anti-whiteism.
All right. What an epic week we've had. Let's continue the celebration quickly. We are running short on time. Let's get to these champions. And first we will celebrate the one and only DB50. Dude Bro moment, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think he's here yet, but you know he will be. The great, the one and only DB50, who will write for white well-being. God bless you, brother. God bless you. Big salutes, crepitating emojis for him. Keep it going. For the great one and only. What, is this right? Do I have this right? Let's see. The great Corey. $100, ladies and gentlemen. $100. Big salutes to Corey. God bless you, man. Screen was acting a little weird over here. Big salutes. Big salutes. Serious crepitating emojis for double shift Corey. Gratitude and appreciation. 07. 07s to you, my brother. 07. Quadruple 07s. Thank you so much, good sir. Keep it going for Joseph. Joseph coming in here with $50. $50 for white well-being. And he actually writes here, white babies. Absolutely, for the white babies. Big salutes. Joseph, that is awesome. $50. Are you a first-timer? God bless you, man. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Step up to the strategy that's changing the world, bringing people into our... Did you ever think, it's incomprehensible, isn't it, that you would be the community that is changing the way the world discusses our victimization, putting the world in our conversation. We didn't have to own CBS, ABC, NBC, CNN. We didn't have to own the internet or Google. We didn't have to take over the military or the police departments, etc. We did it with the white man's genius. We did it with the very best, the elect of Western kind, which is the Prometheans, all of you. God bless you. What an absolute victory. Joseph, $50. Oh, he is here. DB50 is here, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, he is writing for white well-being. God bless you. Dude bro moment, hero. Hero and champion. Let's keep it going for First Last. First Last, financially gifting on this glorious Sunday, Grand Prix Sunday, Washington, D.C., thanks to Donald Trump, the great Donald Trump. $30. $30 from First Last. And he says for me to buy whipped cream for Kate. He wants Kate to have whipped cream. That's a very expensive can of whipped cream, my brother. He says, get whipped cream for Kate. $30. God bless you, good sir. All right, let's see what else we have here. Subscribe star is a blank. Didn't miss anybody there. And we have over here someone financially gifting $5 on Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you so much, someone. $5 financial gift. And let's see if someone wrote anything. Someone wrote, it's only a few clicks away. We need to advocate for our people. I am a proud descendant of Scots and Irish. We need our own NAAWP. Does somebody want to tell someone? We have one. The Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. You are in the right place, my brother. He says, and wet television. I don't know whether we would call it that. No apologies for being a proud white person. Deport all the H1N stealing our jobs. 100% agree with that. Check out the foundation, brother. It is our very own NAACP white man's ADL. All right. I got to remember that when I get a financial gift over here, I have to click a couple of times to see if there is a comment with it. Thank you all there. We also have the great Yiz the Unifier coming in today with a $5 bill. Weekly folk tithe for the well-being of white people, says Yiz. God bless you, Yiz. Thank you so much, and good to see you. And thanks to the big Fornol for sharing the website there for the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. Click on that, head right on over, check it out. The white man's ADL, exactly, Fornol. The white man's ADL. Well done. All right, let's see what else we have. And don't forget to get your tags in. We still have coming up the Karmelo Anthony and what's happening with that, as well as the United Kingdom admitting that the anti-white terrorist invaders are rapists. What do you know? All right. Let me pause this so it doesn't screw up what we're doing here. Okay. Over here on Premium Rumble, we have the great Land of the Fake. $5 bill walking into the house of Swash. God bless you, brother. Thank you for getting Fox News to say anti-white against everything that tried to prevent it. Precisely. McEnany wanted to talk about socialism and communism. And Anna Paulina Luna, because of our practice, talked about anti-whiteism. If it wasn't for Go Free, if it wasn't for you and the work that we are doing, all of us together, and how we're so much more than the sum of our individual parts, Anna Paulina Luna would have gone along with its socialism, communism, BS. And then if it was, Fox was trying desperately through the interviewer to McEnany to make the conversation, if it's going to be about race, anti-Semitism. Instead, Anna Paulina was like, it's all about eradicating the white race. The Democrat socialists are about eradicating the white race, this woman says. I mean, those you... does anybody else have? I'm sure you guys do, but isn't it a thing that you're just like... Of course we could get good people to object to, if we give them the concepts, of course we could get good people in all positions of power, in all positions of wealth, in all positions, boardrooms, laundry rooms, it's everywhere, to object to, if they have those concepts, to object to that victimization. And of course it was never possible to get good white people to object to the existence of Jews and blacks, Indians and Arabs and mestizos and so much more. Of course. Of course that was what would work. You see now how before we had Go Free, it was impossible. Now that we have Go Free, it's inevitable. Awesome. Thank you so much. Whoa, ladies and gentlemen, get out your raucous emojis. Get out your raucous emojis, your crepitant emojis. Get out your 07s. Over here on Premium Rumble, we have Angry Gringo LLC coming in with $50 bill. A $50 bill. Give it up for Angry Gringo. My brother is angry. He says about these other folks chirping away. He says here, chipping away at the anti-white narrative. Go free. Absolutely. What a testimonial with a $50 bill about this works. This works. Here's my grant. This works. Epic testimony. God bless you, brother. Angry over there. Rocking it out of the park. Rocking it out of the park like a total beast over here. Beast mode by Angry Gringo. God bless you, man. $50. Thank you so much. Let's see what other financial guests we have. We have Triggering Anti-White Scum coming in at $6. 2, 4, 6. God bless you. He says with those $6, 3 comments. He says, even the smartest of women, when it comes to IQ, are hijacked by emotion and throw logic off the rails. These angry, masculine girls pretending to be women need to get in order. Men need to retake thrones. Western women are suffering the consequences of their voting. It will get worse. Also, their narcissism is 10 times worse from social media. Oh, you're so right. They literally deny that they can smell bad or be wrong. It's so true. Because they are, especially on TikTok where you have so many robots, they have like 73,000 followers. Probably all but 1,000 of them are bots, and the remainder live in India. He finishes with this. White men's actions to retake our throne is literally a benevolent and moral action to take. At 100%. Very well written. The experiments of women voting and being in leadership has failed. The West is collapsing. Time to rebuild. Amen to that. And this is how we retake it. Going free. These tools. Getting on the battlefield that is the real, is the battlefield for our destiny right now. Well put. Triggering Anti-White Scum. God bless you, brother. Triggering Anti-White Scum tags me. He says, we love you, Jason. Much love in return. Big salutes to you. God bless you. Anti-white pig, female pig, or a guy pretending to be called Kitty over here, saying, retake your recliner with your silicone doll sleigh. Whatever. They'd be better than you. I guarantee it. A sick, demented, deranged, anti-white pig. Kitty, shame on you. You are repulsive. Shame that you're that immoral. Triggering Anti-White Scum says, you're an animal, Jason. That I am. Kitty would love to experience that. No chance. Because she's too immoral. Tom is with us. He says, hey, Jason, go free. Amen. Go free or go to hell, right? All right. Great to see everybody over there. Kitty included here. Funny how the cameras were disconnected on the night that Lindsay Clancy butchered her children, strangling them to death. Of course, she didn't write that. She said, oh, I guess Lindsay Clancy didn't do it in the mind of this vegetable called Kitty. Oh, that's funny. Land of the Fake says, Fuentes has NWG's balls on his chin and words in his mouth. Well put, my brother. Well put. We have over here on Odyssey, Winged Production. Good to see you, brother. He says, go free. Excellent, my brother. Excellent. Henry's with us. Recently had another curative contagion. White people don't owe them anything. Close quote. This if for the white guilt pathogens that aim to extract from us. Henry shares. Tree Godfather is here. He says, Kitty doesn't realize how easily we could do that. Now I've got to look back and see. Oh, replace them. Yes. And no problem. Trust me. It'd be no problem. And we don't want you. So that would be preferable. Karina is here. She says the Holy Spirit is working thoroughly through this movement. 100% true. The good Lord is making it happen. What a story this is. What a compelling story. This little community changing the world. There's nothing. Talk about a quintessentially white Western American story. Talk about the underdog coming through. This is exactly how it's supposed to happen. All right, let's see what else we have here going on. Remember tagging me as @ no white guilt. Winger Productions is over here. Big salutes. Dan, Down Under Dan is with us in the live chat over here. Good to see you, brother. I love it when all of these like stars, celebrities come out. Oh, that's Irish Peasant. Is the $50. Ah, big salutes to you. He's the angry gringo. Gringo. Have you ever had them say that? They never. I love it when they say, "Oh, it's not." Anti-whites will try to tell you it's not negative. Really? Because I've been called that by gang-looking members, and they never said it in a nice way. It was never like meant to make me feel good about myself. Carlos is here. Good to see you, brother. You know what? I'm just thinking Kitty probably has a house full of cats and a lot of mental disease from the cats. Got a little parasite up in your noggin, up in your noodle, Kitty? Concluding that Lindsay Clancy did nothing wrong. Even though she said she did it. Even though she said she did it, her defense team said she did it, she said she did it, the police say she did it. Everybody says she did it, but she didn't do it. She's female. She can't do anything wrong. That's called toxoplasmosis. You need to not huff on the kitty litter. Stay away from the kitty litter. Poor kitty. Poor kitty. Surrounded by cats. First Last says he's here for the weird words. That's right. We all are here for the weird words. Let's see. What else do we have going on? Well, let's go ahead and pull this up. Stumbling is with us. Great to see you. So is Westman. The boys are back in town. I need to know the words to that song. Judge denies Karmelo Anthony request for a new trial. Celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Now, they're not done. They'll come back, of course. But the first appeal has failed. He has barely been in there. And he's already, look at this. Doesn't he look like a beauty? He's already appealing. Convicted killer Karmelo Anthony's bid for a retrial was shot down by a Texas judge on Saturday. The 19-year-old lawyers argued that the murder trial was compromised due to strict courtroom rules and improper instructions to the jury. So this almost strikes me as the weakest of the appeals that they're going with first. And maybe that's because if you were to start with the strongest, then it would be easier to dismiss the weaker appeals. So that's probably the strategy. I don't know for sure, but it seems logical. What ended up happening, though, in this appeal was the revelation that the prosecution and the defense made an agreement. that they wouldn't talk about this bastard, anti-white terrorist murderer, Karmelo Anthony's life outside of this event. Why would they make that agreement? Seems like a really ignorant concession. Because apparently, this bastard, we all talked about his record of fighting, how he's known as a fighter. We saw the video of interviews of his peers saying this, that he's known for fighting and being aggressive and a fighter. Well, apparently, he had just been dumped by his girlfriend just prior to this murder of Austin Metcalf. And he had written that he was, all of these violent comments, all of this was excluded from the jury. Makes you wonder if all of that had been included, would he have been given life instead of being eligible for parole when he's still a young man? And then that's not even including a calculation for the probability that something will change between now and his expected release date that will enable him to be released early. And that could be things that have nothing to do with his trial whatsoever. He wrote that he was going to stab somebody with his knife and lick the blood off of the blade. I think this was pertinent information kept from the jury. Anthony was found guilty of murder, sentenced to a paltry 35 years after giving a death sentence to Austin Metcalf. The teen murderer scored a legal win following his conviction by getting the original judge, John Roach, tossed from the case after he told a reporter with a local outlet that jurors got it right in the conviction. So they tossed that judge because the judge concluded that the jury came to the right conclusion. How is that? This goes to the Roblox story earlier. There are so many little ways to get out of this, to prevent that, to stymie the other thing, as a consequence of our legal system being white erased and subjected to generations of an anti-white immoral imperative as the social morality of the West. You would not, none of that would be possible if it were not for anti-whiteism. So you had that, and then you have rape leaflets for migrants enrage the British public. It says here, improve Trump's point. Well, let's see. Anti-white terrorists, not migrants. Something extraordinary happened in Britain this week. Quote, our leftist government acknowledged a truth it has long denied. You mean anti-white government? Our leaders admitted they are importing men, anti-white terrorists, who are so backward, so misogynistic, so anti-white. So here you have this absolute New York Post, which we showed you the double standard earlier today, that the anti-white standard that they have at this platform. And here they are using the social morality of the West, which is the anti-white immoral imperative, in other words, a measurement of what is good and what is wrong. And they're saying the thing that's wrong with the leadership in the UK is that they're misogynistic. And that they, as a result of being anti-female, are bringing in males who are anti-female. Literally using a meme pathogen. This is cuckservatism for you. This is the anti-white narrative. This is their story where we are gutted. It says here that these anti-white terrorists are so out of whack with Western values. How could they be in whack with Western values? Those values are only in white people. Non-white people can imitate those. That's wonderful. But they only come from white people. Where else have you seen, where have you seen non-white people create Western civilization? And then it says here, the woke fools calling anti-whites by the names of their taking, which is something we know never to do here, who run this country, the United Kingdom, conceded after years of denial that President Donald Trump and the rest of the supposedly racist right, it puts in quotes, were correct all along, that the racists were correct? Do you see how undermining this verbiage is for the reclamation of our destiny and the arresting of our victimization? Do you see how it undermines us? They literally just said that the racist position was right, not that the white positive position, not that the white unity position is right. Europe is being overrun by brutish men from afar, anti-white terrorists, not brutish men. Do brutish men unite us? Do brutish men create a people out of our deracinated race? Does brutish men is an abstraction. It can apply to these particular anti-white non-whites, but it can apply to white people. So brutish men is the problem, or are the problem. The brutish men problem. That's the problem. This is why cuckservatism goes nowhere. Of course, the Home Office didn't say so outright. The bureaucrats didn't proclaim we have endangered you ladies. And again, here we see the cutout for females. All the harm caused to white males, doesn't matter, not going to talk about it. We're not going to get to the reclamation of our destiny by cutting out safe spaces or making these arguments about safe spaces for females. They will absolutely take you up on the opportunity to cut out a safe space for them. Trains only for them. Buses only for them. Who cares what happens to the white males? Who cares if they're brutalized? Who cares if they pay their dues and they have the intrinsic talents and they deserve to inherit what their ancestors have made, but they don't get the job, they don't get the inheritance, they don't get to live, they can't start a family. Who cares about them? Because ladies can have their own buses and trains. Says here, the bureaucrats didn't proclaim, quote, we have endangered you ladies by flooding your towns with sexist thugs. These god losers I cannot stand. They're absolutely repulsive. That would require a level of honesty and decency that the ruling class simply don't possess. Is it just the ruling class that's dishonest, or can you find anti-whites at every single level? Anti-white janitors that will be dishonest as all hell. But they're actually quite honest about arriving at anti-white conclusions. But they let it slip quietly, conceding that they've thrown our once civilized nation open to men so regressive. Okay, so now you just put us in the concepts of regressive being wrong, so progressive is right. Cuckservatives, you need to kill your speed. Kill your speed. You are such useless. It's unreal that they didn't even know it's evil and disgusting to force yourself upon a woman. The sniveling admission. Can you just hear all of these brain-dead white people, sub-white goblins, reading this garbage, and they're like, yeah, yeah. All like a bunch of a bovine herd, and like, yeah, yeah, they're regressive. They're sexist, misogynistic. Reading them genuinely made me nauseous. One says in the UK, both people must say yes to sex. So there you have one of the many leaflets that they are distributing to the anti-white terrorists, non-white terrorists, that they're bringing in to white erase us from the United Kingdom. If we want to put an end to this, you can't keep using the language that has been employed for generations, that has enabled us to get to this point. Does it make sense? Does that make sense? All of my brothers and sisters in the UK, does that make sense? You cannot employ the strategies that have failed, that have put us here, where leaflets are being distributed, that say both people must say yes to sex. If you have sex with someone who does not want to, it continues, this is called rape. And then it says, the writer says, will I be called racist if I say I don't want men in my country who don't know that forced sex is criminal and vile? Yes. 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 So stop acting like that's unfair. Grow up. People, stop responding, stop participating, stop repeating what these dickless, conservative dum-dums are saying. Will I be called racist if I say, oh, I got them, don't I? Because they're being mean to women. And since they're being mean to women, I'll make the point that if I'm standing up for women, they'll call me racist, and then they'll be boxed into a corner by their own principles. Really, dipshit? William F. Buckley had these dumbass ideas all the way back on firing line back in the 1950s. He had them in the 1950s. They were going to restore what we had lost. It's 2026. Another leaflet says that child abuse is a serious crime in the UK. It tells illegal immigrants they must not have, quote, sexual contact with a child under 16, or physically hurt a child, or cut or harm a girl's genitals. This is so picture perfect of anti-whiteism across Western civilization. 2 weeks ago or so, we were looking at, during the quick news and laughs, at a couple of women, anti-white women, in the city government in Chicago, I think, who are working with the police department in Chicago to put up posters on the trains that say, please don't rape, maim, and kill on our train system because it's not right. That's where you arrive when you white erase our norms and you take women who are not meant to be in charge and put them in charge. And then how do they govern? Well, they govern as though they are watching over children. Do not misbehave in this class. Oh, you've misbehaved and now someone is retaliating. No, you can't do that. No, we're going to punish the person who retaliated. Punish the child who defended himself. Something is wrong that needs to be corrected with the bully who is harming everybody in the class. They're a victim of something else. So they're the one who deserves the proper sympathy. So here you have it. Because of conservatism, and then this conservative says here, let me speak frankly. Let me speak frankly. Because I'm a cuck in the UK. I'm going to speak frankly about this. If you don't know that rape is wrong, if you don't know it's wrong, I don't want you in my country. But if you know rape is wrong, then please come on in and white erase us. Please come on in. Because as long as it's legal white erasure, then I fully embrace it. As long as you come on in and you have the opinion of a person that says that they're a member, a citizen of the United Kingdom, you have the opinion that you are British or Irish or Welsh or Scottish, you have the opinion, well, then you're one of us. Come on in. Come on in. And here's another one of these wake you up out of your... Oh, let's see if we can get that back up on the screen. Wake you up out of your subconscious mind. This was another woman acting up, so they took AI and they put in the camera and the ring light, all that she had to set up before you saw the emotionally charged scene. Let's listen to a bit of music from one Olivia Key as we wrap up this evening.
on the horizon, a reckoning. I choose not to despair. The miles ahead are fewer than the battles lost. By giving all the gifts I have, I float to the ceiling. I sink into healing, and I'm one with my fathers and their fathers and their mothers and their daughters. They're all watching. I won't falter.
All right, let me know if you can hear me okay. We have Wingin Productions saying over here on Odyssey. He says he's trying to catch up with the Wednesday show. He said the personal versus the social morality blew his mind away. He said that he needed to hear that. You are most welcome, and thank you for sharing it. All right. Give it up for Olivia Key, this beautiful piece of music, ladies and gentlemen, as we are wrapping up this glorious Church of the West. Loud and clear, Jason. Thank you, Corey. Make sure you get your tags into me in the final moments. Tree Godfather says such motions are actually pretty common. It guarantees they can't use it for an excuse on appeal for one. Ah, okay, with the trial. Thank you for that information, my brother. The great Fornell says, we need lugubrious up in here. It's been a long time since I heard it. Well, yes, these women are acting lugubriously, aren't they?
Fathers and their mothers and their daughters, they're all watching. I won't falter, I won't falter.
Beautiful piece. We had 777. Anti-whites belong in blenders. That they do. Lugubrious. The women were behaving lugubriously. Promethean salutes to you, brother, says the great Dan. What were some of the experiences when you were trying to come up with white erasure? Like some moments of failed concepts you tried before that one? Well, years ago, for example, when Great Replacement got introduced, I immediately logically saw the flaws there. And we need to revisit it because we're kind of out of time today, but we need to revisit that subject on a space where we can chat a little bit longer. But when René Camus, and these thinkers, these academics, when they create these concepts that are harmful, was able to see with reason and logic that this was a non-starter. This undermines us, and for the reasons we would later articulate. And but pushing back against that was impossible because all of these people were not really there for the arresting of our victimization. They were there because they were resenters, and they wanted their scapegoats identified so they could use them as crutches. So these things are not real concerns for them. All right. Let's announce here. We have now the mailbag. Thaumatological mailbag is empty again today. We've got nothing in there. But we do have some. Maybe I should mention. We are talking about spaces. I think it was Henry. We were talking on a space about thaumaturgy. He was asking about that word, and it means magic. For those who are unaware, it means magic. Thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgical is the adjective, and I make a nonce word because the male that comes in is logical. So it becomes thaumatological. It's a wonderful thing that we have here, the thaumatological mailbag. It's also more fun to say than thaumaturgical mailbag. Thaumatological mailbag, empty today, but that's okay. We also have some announcements we have to make. This coming Wednesday, there will be no gathering. This coming Wednesday, no 7 p.m. gathering. I will not be in town. Therefore, there will be no Rebel Roundtable this coming Wednesday. I will be back on Sunday. This coming Sunday, look for me on Sunday. I may be on some of the spaces, though. Now, the first space you need to know about is Seeds of the Shade Tree. Justin and Robert's space is normally on Mondays. That has been permanently shifted to Tuesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Tuesday. So you want to be there for Seeds of the Shade Tree, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Tuesday, not tomorrow, not Monday, on Tuesday. Now, on Wednesday, there will be a space, even though I won't be here, because Dallas has announced that she will hold an extra West Coast Shade at 6 p.m. That's the normal time, Eastern Standard Time for her. That's on Thursdays. But she will be here holding a space with Hank on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as well as on Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is West Coast Shade. You do not want to miss either of those either. And then, of course, keep an eye out on Saturday night, 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for Under the Gum Tree with our brothers Down Under, Lucky the Thunderlunder and Baron the White. Baron the Winner White, Down Under. And it is in Australia time, 1:30 on Sunday, East Coast Australia time. You don't want to miss that. We've already gone over today, and we already shared some deep insight with the conscious versus the subconscious mind. Wasn't that something? Did you feel it? Were you one of the people that felt like the click? That felt like the physical, like in their brain, you felt something inside of you go click? When you clicked over from the rage of that moment to, oh my God, the whole thing's fake. But you knew it was fake. It's amazing how both systems are running at the same time. One of those systems is controlling your life 95+% of the time. The other one, 5% and less time of your life. It was a real moment, wasn't it, to click over. Holy God. Now I see that for what it was. It's amazing. Even though you know, you still feel the click. Even though you know it's fake, you still feel it, that shift. It's physical. It's amazing. So we won't do the lesson of the day. We'll save that for next week, but we'll get there. I did want to show this. I brought it up, so we just might as well show it really quickly. You know, we're talking about the UK and the anti-white terrorists who come in. Syrian. Now, the interesting thing about this, for two reasons. These are your anti-white terrorists that are coming in, that are raping the population, murdering, etc. And this anti-white animal raped a young woman, came into the country. He is proving the point that we were making earlier. He's also from Syria, which I'll have you know that in my years in the white resentment sphere, that there were plenty of white people who argued against Jews because they were really not for white people. They're just against Jews, in favor of Syrians. And when they gave these speeches, there were people literally at the front of rooms giving speeches about this. When they gave these speeches about being on the side of Syrians against Jews, they gave in these diatribes, they gave the argument that Syrians are basically white people. They're basically us. And so we should side with them against the Jews. That's how all these spaces always went. There hasn't been a lick of consideration for the white race at any point in any of those circles. Look at this. Is this basically white? Does that basically look white to you? A Syrian migrant, anti-white terrorist, jailed for raping a woman on a Bournemouth seafront in what prosecutors described as a horrific and terrifying sexual attack. This animal, anti-white terrorist, actually talked a young woman, probably white, into getting on his scooter to drive her to her destination. She chose to get on the scooter with that. Had to be a white female who had been brain poisoned to believe that you better think highly of these people because they're the good guys. Well, he took her to a public toilet and raped her horrifically. I guess white men have to be in charge again. I guess that's just going to unite. A lot of you females out there are not going to like it. Oh, well. Your daughters will. They'll like the world that the white man will give them. You can cuss us to hell. I don't give a shit. Because all those white daughters coming into the world, they'll be daughters of the West. They'll be safe. And they will praise the white men who fight today. You could take your old, dried up ass, and old and dried up in many ways. Let me tell you, we know what's going on. Dried up in many ways, flabby, disgusting bodies, and you could just get to the cemetery. Because the daughters of the West will laud men like me, the men in this community, to the heavens for the work we're doing to recapture our destiny. That's what we're going to take, ladies and gentlemen, to our graves. Big Promethean salutes to every single one of you. I love you. Let's go free.